Good evening. I apologize for the delay. We were expecting our chairman, and because as vice chairman, I wasn't expecting to read this statement. I didn't have it. Anyway, we're ready to go. And again, I apologize for the delay. Good evening and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I am Monica Craven, vice chair of the board. The board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the circuit court. In addition to myself, we have Charles Smith, Terry Russell, Judy Freshman. Also present is the professional staff, including Deputy Zoning Administrator Andrew Noxon, who serves as secretary to the Board of Zoning Appeals, Norma Cozart, our zoning administrator, and Cliff Hogan, assistant to the zoning administrator. We thank you for being here and extend a warm welcome. To avoid disruptions, we ask that you please turn your cell phones or pagers off or put them in silent mode. On the front table, you will find copies of the staff report for each case before us this evening. I recommend that if you have not yet seen that report for your case, you get a copy and review it before your case is called. The board's powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board alone. This board does have the authority to do 3 things. 1, we can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1 or 2 family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. 2, we can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. 3, we can decide appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modification will provide compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures on the properties surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historic features, and or significant trees and foliage. When granting variances, the board must determine that the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, that the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by the granting of the variance. A Virginia Supreme Court ruling requires that a variance cannot be granted unless the effect of the zoning ordinance as applied to the piece of property under consideration would, in the absence of a variance, interfere with all reasonable beneficial uses of the property taken as a whole. When deciding appeals, we don't have any appeals tonight, do we? Okay, I will skip that. This evening, cases will be called and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Following that, board members will ask any questions of staff that they have. Next, applicants or their representative will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so their comments can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. Speakers must fill out a speaker slip, which is available on the table in the front of the room. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. I love the way the lights keep changing on me. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient. 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances. For use permits and variances, we have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals as sufficient. After the board has gathered all the information they need and discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from this decision of the board may be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Again, thank you for being here this evening, and I will now turn this over to our chair, Cecilia Espinoza, who has arrived.
Good evening, everyone. Is there enough light in the back now? I think we're still missing some lights up front. Trying to get them all right. As you can see, we've been playing with them a little bit. Welcome, and thank you very much, Ms. Craven, for getting us started on time. Our first case tonight, Mr. Noxon, if you'll call it.
Good evening. We're going to go through our 2 We're going to go through our two deferrals tonight. Our first case is V-10883-14-VA-3. This is a variance request by Bill McGlone and Lisa Roskowski to permit a total lot coverage of 40.1% instead of 32% as permitted. This is for a new pool terrace in the rear yard. This is in the R10 zoning district on the premises known as 4521 32nd Road North. And the applicants wish to defer to the March 12th meeting.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
I move that VA 10883-14-VA3 be deferred to the March meeting of the BZA.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Craven. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous, Mr. Noxon. Next matter.
The next case is the associated use permit V-10883-14-UP-2. This is a use permit request by Bill McGlone and Lisa Roskowski to permit a setback of 5.4 feet to the landings and stairway from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, 1.2 feet to the pool terrace from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required, and also an aggregate side yard of 22.4 feet instead of 24 feet as required. This is for the construction of a new left side stairway with landings and a pool terrace with a patio and steps in the rear yard. It's also in the R10 zoning district on a premises known as 4521 32nd Road North.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
I move that the BZA defer V-10883-14-UP2 to the March meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Been moved and
Second.
second, Ms. Craven. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Noxon, that carries.
All right, first case to be heard tonight is V-10825-13-VA-1. This is a carryover request for a variance by Rick Lockhart to permit a 7.5-foot tall fence instead of the maximum height of 7 feet as permitted. This is to maintain an existing 7.5-foot tall fence in its current location along the right side property line. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2307 North George Mason Drive.
I believe we've already heard some testimony in this matter, Mr. Noxon. I was trying to remember.
The testimony you heard before was just related to a deck and a hot tub.
I thought, though, for the record, I wanted to reiterate, didn't the neighbor also testify, provide some information adversely? I'm trying to see if they're here
I believe
again.
they added some information since the last meeting. There are a couple new letters that are in your packet as well.
Okay, a couple of agents for that one. All right. The recommendation is to adopt an attached resolution denying the variance. An alternative resolution has been included should the BZA determine that we wish to approve the variance. Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing no questions, is Mr. Lockhart and/or his agent, I guess, about come forward?
Good evening, board members. My name is Rick Lockhart. I'm the owner of 2307 North George Mason Drive. My fence is a pre-existing structure which has been on the property since I purchased it in 1993. That is why it's the unusual height of 7.5. I have made repairs to it over the years. I have not altered it in height in any way. Perhaps there is some old evidence of this fence in archives. Everything has been computerized. The earliest records that I have of the fence are on the plat that I've included from 2003, which shows the wooden fence. The fence has been standing long before my neighbors have moved in, with the exception of 2 neighbors who are across the street and behind me, who are perfectly fine with the fence and have signed letters of approval. I'd also like to mention I have a difficult relationship with my neighbor who is directly adjacent to the fence. We have ongoing litigation. The police have been to the property on several occasions. It would make no sense to remove a portion of the fence and subject me to difficulty with the neighbor. I would also like to mention that I intend to move within 2 years, and I would ask that if the fence were to be altered in any way, that it would take place after I move. I see you shaking your head.
Generally don't like to impose obligations on owners who would buy the property without any knowledge of that, Mr. Lockhart.
I'm sorry?
That could potentially impose a condition on an unsuspecting buyer.
I would remove it before I moved, of course.
So you're asking for a time limit with regard to
Yes.
the use permit, not asking.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's correct.
But do you have a date certain, Mr. Lockhart?
Pardon me?
Do you have a date certain when you would be leaving?
No, I don't. I don't have an exact date, but I do intend to leave the area in 2 years. I'd like to go back out west.
Any questions?
Yes. When you say 2 years, would you say it as at the end of 2015, as of February 2016, 2 years from today's date?
It would be probably in the summer months. Spring is usually the best time to sell. So I would think that by the 16th I would be out.
By 2016?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2016.
And at that time, you'd be ready to take out a fence and replace it, or leave it? Would you propose at that point to have the property be unfenced when you put it on the market?
I would lower it to whatever the board suggests,
Or whatever the zoning ordinance requires?
which I understand is 7 feet in the back and 4 feet in the front.
Any further questions? I guess, Mr. Knoxon, when I was thinking about this matter, I do remember we took testimony with regard to the hot tub, and that's not reflected, the former BZA actions with regard to that is not reflected in the minute, or in the staff report, as far as I can tell.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. I think I just dealt with the variance issue. Let me see if the use permit may deal with that, because it wasn't a variance he obtained or asked for the hot tub. Yeah, it's in the next case, the use permit, that states that there was a use permit that was denied. But that's the use permit for this case, not the variance. So.
Okay, so that was on November 14th. That was my recollection.
Exactly.
I just, and I do remember, I wasn't sure whether the neighbor was present today, and we did take testimony at that time, so I just wanted to make sure. And if there is anyone speaking on this matter, then the slips need to be in.
I'm sorry?
If anybody wanted to speak in this matter, they needed to file a speaker slip. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have one? Okay. If nothing further from Mr. Lockhart. And is your representative here? Or is this a different matter? That's a different number. These slips. You filled out a slip, so it confused me, Mr. Lockhart. Usually we don't require you as the owner to fill one out. Okay. But it looked like Is Mr. Rabad here? That's, okay, so that's someone speaking in opposition, okay. That's what we get. Okay, thank you. So, M. Rabad, you're speaking against this matter, Ms. Rabad? Okay, would you come forward? And you are not an agent of the individual, you're just the neighbor, is that correct? Okay, so I'm going to correct the speaker slip to indicate that you're speaking as an individual, and where do you reside?
Yes, I live in 2301 North George Mason Drive, which exactly he put the fence in my backyard all the way through the street side.
Right.
And he mentioned...
So just for the record, your home is what we can see in the picture, it's the cement or the stuccoed building to the right, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Lockhart mentioned the fence was there when he purchased it. It wasn't. He just built it out. I have a picture when we bought the house. Our fence was there, and there wasn't his fence there. And he built the fence before, just the same time when he got the permit to put the addition in his house. But the thing is, since he put the tall fence, it says 7.5, but it's almost 8 because it's been few years, probably some part of it. But I have a picture, it's all the way from my backyard. It's like a jail. It's a tall wall to the end of the street. Even when we are in the yard, we cannot see anything, any part of the street, which I don't know why he put that tall fence only in my side, not on the other side of the neighbors, which I have a picture. I know he mentioned the other neighbor, they don't have problem because it's by the law, it's legal. It's forfeit or something. I have a picture still if you want me to show it to you.
If you provide us with those pictures, ma'am, then we have to keep them for the record. So if you want us to keep them, you can show them to us. Otherwise, you would need to, otherwise we cannot look at them.
Yeah, you can keep them. I mean,
Okay, provide them to Mr. Hogan.
is it any way, I mean, later on I get only these two or?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you give them to us, then we have to put them in the record.
Yes, I give it to you then.
Okay.
Thank you
If
very
you bring them to Mr. Hogan, he'll then give them to us. Thank you. I've started them now. Any,
May I mention some? I don't mind, I mean, I don't want him to go through trouble or anything. I don't mind if the other side, but at least where it's in the yard end of my building, at least if it's a little bit shorter, it would be nice, but.
anything further, Ms. Rabad?
No, thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay, you may have a seat. Thank you. I'd be willing to hear the thoughts of my colleagues.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell.
this case is a variance request. We need to find a hardship as to why the ordinance can't be followed. The ordinance is very clear. The first 25 feet of this fence back, and that's all that, as I understand it, and staff please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's all that would need to be corrected to a 4-foot height is the first 25 feet?
That's correct.
The back would have to be corrected to 7.
You're not, by not granting the variance, it's not going to be taken down to 4 all the way across there. It's only going to be taken down to probably the front line of the house, roughly, where the 25 feet.
And then you also have to take half a foot off of the rear portion as well.
Right, because that's true, because it's over 7 feet.
Right.
It's for me, it's hard to imagine where we would have a fence that warranted a variance, but there might be one we'll run into someday. But
Yeah, any further comments? In looking at the standards of a variance and the property and the lot description of the property, I see nothing that would put that hardship at play for us as a board to grant a variance. Nor did Mr. Lockhart talk to those issues.
Question?
Yes.
Why is this a variance instead of a use permit?
It's a variance because of the height. There's also an associated use permit for the placement of it that goes to the property line, as well as the 7.5-foot portion right along the right-of-way. So the variance is just for the actual height above 7 feet, which is the maximum the ordinance allows on any portion of the property.
So remember, in granting a variance, the board must determine the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, which I don't see that it does in relation to other properties. The hardship's not generally shared by the other properties. I don't see that as well. And that the authorization of variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that of the character of the district will not be changed by granting of the variance. Given that we have the standards, I don't see how a fence
And if it was a use permit, we could make it so that it expired in 2016, it would be okay, but with the variance, it's just a different ball of wax.
And we can't get to the use permit unless we grant the variance, and I don't think we can find the hardship to grant the variance. Because we could put the conditions on the use permit if we could get to it, but my concern has been I don't think jurisdictionally we have authority to support the variance. Are there any contrary thoughts or more creative thoughts about this problem?
So, Madam Chair, as I understand it, the first 25 feet of the fence would have to come down to 4 feet, and the remaining portion of the fence still exceeds by a half a foot the limit, and it's on the property line, therefore would require a use permit and have to come down 6 inches.
You could grant a use permit for a 7-foot fence. Now, the 7 feet within the first 25 feet, that's just a placement issue, not truly a height issue. But being over the 7-foot height limit, that's where the variance comes to play. So you could, in fact, grant a use permit for a 6 or 7-foot fence all the way across if they cut it down. Then we'd be just dealing with the placement of a 6-foot tall fence in the first 25 feet from the street.
So if he brought all of it down to 6 foot, then he wouldn't have to take it, the front part, to 4 foot. And we could leave the variance and just move to the use permit.
Correct.
now I have a question. You're saying that in the front part, in the front setback from the street along the property line, he could have 6 feet?
No, he could have a use permit granted for that, because it's not a height issue in that it's a placement issue of a fence that tall, placing it within the first 25 feet. So that would be under the confines of a use permit as opposed to a variance for the height limit.
Thank you.
Either way the saw is coming out. Well, Madam Chair, I guess I'd like to hear from the applicant in light of our discussion and what appear to be no good, no options that perfectly meet the applicant's needs. But I guess I'd like to hear his reaction to the discussion that we just had.
Yes, Mr. Lockhart?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last question. I was a little far in the back, so.
Yeah, the question is, do you have any comments with regard to our deliberation and the discussion that we've had with regard to the elements of the variance that we don't believe exist? And if you have anything that you could provide to indicate that the board should in fact act under the authority, that we have some authority to act to grant you a variance.
Okay, thank you. I'll be blunt. My neighbor and I do not get along. We have not gotten along for 10 years.
That's not the issue.
Okay.
The issue here is the zoning ordinance and the authority that we have as a board. So it's not about the dispute between you and your neighbor. The question that I've posed to you and that we have to address tonight is, do you know of any legal authority or any authority at all that would grant us the right to give you a variance?
No, I don't. I don't know of any. That doesn't mean that one does not exist, and maybe given time we could find out what that is. I certainly don't know of any. Zoning law is not my specialty, so.
Right. And as an applicant, though, you would have the burden to demonstrate to the board that you would meet those 3 conditions with your property. As we've told you what the conditions are, we don't believe they exist, and if you have no counter argument to that, we just wanted to give you an opportunity to have an opportunity to speak to those issues.
Thank you. I don't quite understand what constitutes a hardship for a property owner. I'm not exactly sure.
And generally, that's the nature or the size of the lot or something that would make that property unique as it relates to other properties within the zoning district.
It is unique. If you look at your topographical map of the property, I actually sit to the back of her property. I am a very unique parcel in that corner there. So maybe that's why the fence was originally there. Can you go in a little closer?
I don't think we can zoom in. You're saying the cutout of the property makes it unique?
Yes. I'm not sitting next to a normal house, which I have on my right, and that is why I have a lower fence on my right. I am sitting next to I think it's a 10,000 square foot restaurant, which was later zoned to become a residential property. So taking that fence down lowers my property value considerably. I am not sitting next to a residential home. I look at, I don't think you have a picture of the back of the backside of that property. I think all you have is the front side, but...
I think the picture that Ms. Rabad just gave us gives us a backside a little bit. That's what she presented, was the back half of the property. And obviously from her side, but it gives us
that is not her yard that she uses is the George Mason yard. That's the yard that she uses. What she has in back of her property is a little dog leg that I don't know what she stores back there, but that's what that is.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Lockhart.
Motion? Madam Chairman?
Yes. Ms. Freshman, I'm in.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying variance V-10825-13-VA.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Freshman moves and Mr. Russell seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. Now Now I think we can move to the question of the use permit, though, Mr. Lockhart, don't leave. This is the place, as Mr. Noxon was just indicating, where the board might have some ability to give you a little bit of relief, maybe not all the relief that you wanted. Mr. Noxon.
Call the case here. It's Fee-10825-13-UP-1. Let's carry over and revised use permit request by Rick Lockhart to permit a setback of 0 feet from the North George Mason Drive right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. And this is to maintain an existing 7.5-foot tall fence in its current location in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2307 North George Mason Drive.
Okay, any questions of staff with regard to this, especially, I guess for me, any questions additionally with regard to the ability to grant the 6-foot straight across?
I mean, Madam Chair, that is, I guess that's what Mr. Noxon said, that we could grant a use permit for a 6-foot fence that merely replaced the one that it actually was trimmed. This fence could be trimmed to 6 feet, and we could grant a use permit for it to remain, correct?
That is correct.
And in granting that, can we talk about the setbacks? Is there a setback issue with that, Mr. Noxon?
The use permit is actually for setback issue. It's for that first 25 feet. And so you would be granting a setback of 0 feet to a 6-foot fence.
I don't think we can do it.
Well, Madam Chair, I propose that we grant a use permit for a 6-foot tall fence with the 0 setback from the North George Mason Street right-of-way, with conditions that are described in the alternative staff report.
I'll second that.
Really? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none from my colleagues, I guess I would start by saying I don't think I could support such a resolution without also taking Mr. Lockhart up on his offer to bring it into some level of compliance. But my concern is with the 0 setback, even bringing it into a compliance of 4 feet in the first 25 feet doesn't do a lot to bring it into conformance with the zoning code at that point. But I would put a time limit on the granting of this 6-foot fence to 2 years from from February. If he is going to sell in the spring of 2016, we would definitely want to ensure that the fence was taken care of before he put it on the market. But maybe he wouldn't want to do that if he has to cut down the fence to 6 feet now. So, Mr. Lockhart, can you come forward and let's get your statement on the record? And first, let me ask you if you understand the distinction of what we're talking about now with the use permit versus the variance.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you're proposing cutting it down to 6 feet all the way across, and with a 2-year cap on it in 2 years, then I would take down the first 25 feet to 4 feet.
Right, and that's going to be a little bit complicated use permit, in part because we would only be extinguishing as to half the use permit, because we would not be requiring you to move the fence to the location. So you would be getting, I think, for the perpetuation of the fence, the property owner, you or the next property owner, would be getting the use permit, because we'd have to divide that, I think, since we're giving the placement at 0, right on the line.
I'm not understanding what move the fence means.
Right now, that fence is not only too high, it's also right on the property line. And it's not there's supposed to be a setback off of the property line for building a fence.
Right.
So the use permit is dealing with 2 issues, really. That is the location of the fence and the height of the fence. And the height of the fence we can deal with in the use permit to 6 feet. But and at the same time, we need to answer the question of whether to grant you the use permit to keep it at right on the property line as opposed to the setback of where it should be
Okay.
when you build a fence.
But it is on my property. It's on my side of the property.
Well, it's on the property line, and generally, we have the fences built in a little from the property line as a setback.
And where is that? Because that's not at the back.
Mr. Knoxon?
We don't have any sort of setback from the property line except for along the right-of-way. So, I mean, he can put it right up to the property line. There's nothing in the building code that's going to require him to move it back 6 inches, say anything like that, either in the zoning code.
So when we're talking about the setback, what are we talking about?
Our setback is 0 feet from the George Mason right-of-way.
But if we were doing it to code, it would be 25 feet?
Correct. He can have a 4-foot tall fence in that first 25 feet, and then it can go up to 7 once he's back from that.
Okay.
So be granting a 6-foot fence in that first 25 feet.
So really, the use permit would just be to keep that first 6 feet, the additional 2 feet for the duration until.
Okay, and then the back can remain 7 feet all the way across. It will not have to be altered again in 2 years.
I thought that was 6 as well.
No,
Well, he can have 7 as long as he's 25 feet back, but he would still have to take off half a foot from the fence to get to 7.
Yeah, so the back half would have to come out only half a foot and wouldn't have to be touched again.
Okay,
But the first 25 feet would have to be coming down to 4 feet when you, in February of
Okay.
2016.
thank you. I understand.
Well, and Madam Chair, you give a specific date. I guess I would say it would be if I were to adopt that as a amendment to the motion, it would be my view that it would sunset, if you will, at the time that he transferred title.
But how are we going to enforce? I guess my concern is passing this along to a new owner without having the action taken.
I guess it would read that he would be entitled to, Mr. Lockhart would be entitled to the use permit, and it wouldn't travel with the land. It would stop with him. Because what if he closes in, what if it's another year? I guess I'm not concerned about how long, but to get something through, I guess I would adopt some variation of that. But I guess I wouldn't box him into a specific time frame that may or may not meet the, what he articulated was aspirational versus, something that's really factual.
Well,
And I would want to accommodate that. I wouldn't want him to feel, that this use permit that will sunsets before his, his departure.
And I guess, Mr. Smith, my only concern is I don't think that all of our owners go and check the zoning ordinances for the use permits when they're buying a house. And so
They should.
it's one of my concerns. And
You're right. Their sales agent should, though.
No, and I understand that, but that's why I want the burden to rest with Mr. Lockhart and not the next owner. In this case, because we're granting the use permit to Mr. Lockhart. So that was the only reason I wanted to put a time specific on it.
yes, I understand. I'm perfectly fine with that.
I appreciate everyone trying to put this square peg in a round hole.
Thank you.
But in the end, I don't like the precedent. I don't like the sunset provision that travels with the owner. I think that if this is going to be adopted, it should be the way the ordinance is written, 4 feet for the first 25 feet and 7 feet thereafter.
Mr. Russell?
Well, I couldn't agree more with Ms. Freshman's statement. And I would say with regard to the proposal on the floor, the board would be better off to resolve the issue forever, whether it's 6 feet all the way across, it's 4 and 7, so that it's taken care of and laid to rest. And I mentioned in terms of the variance, I don't see with fences where there is often a hardship for the fence. And unfortunately, we can't count that it's a substantial and beautiful fence. However, if it had been built with a permit, it would have been built correctly, regardless of whether it was Mr. Lockhart or a previous owner or whoever it was that built it. And I agree with the precedent point. I mean, what's to stop? There are plenty of people that would like to run a 7.5 or 7 or 6 foot fence all the way to the sidewalk down their side property lines, whether most people in the community like that or not. There are plenty of people that would do it. So I would not support the motion on the floor.
And I guess to be clear, the reason we were discussing the alternative is I would not support the motion on the floor either, in that I don't want to grant the use permit. I mean, I don't want to grant the use permit to allow him to keep the fence as it is. So some modification would have to happen. And I had heard Mr. Lockhart. And one of the powers that we do have as the board is to put limitations on use permits. We do that for sheds. We do that for when there are reasons for people to have a time-limited use permit. Now, Mr. Lockhart, part of me also says, if you're taking a saw to it now, it might be easier to do the 4 foot and 7 foot now than to have to come back before you sell the property and take down an additional 2 foot off of the fence. But I know you had requested the possibility of keeping the fence for this 2-year period of time. Let me throw back the question to you, though. If the board is inclined not to, I mean, we're not going to just let you keep it for 2 years as is. What is the level of hardship to you in taking it down 2 feet now or later?
Again, I'm adjacent to a unique property. It was not originally a house. It was a restaurant. I want some peace and privacy while I do what I need to do to get out of my property. I think giving me the 6 foot option is a good option. It allows me some privacy up until the time that I'm ready to leave, and then I can take it down. Who knows? Maybe the next people will get along wonderfully with my neighbor, but this gives me an opportunity to be in compliance and to make arrangements. I am sitting next to a very unique property. I cannot tell you how many realtors have told me my property value is lowered by being next to that property as it faces me. I look at the rear end of it with all of the trash and all of the garbage, and you will lower my property value further by taking this fence down. If it were any other house, it would not be there. And that is the reason that it is only on one side of my property and not on any others.
I'm not sure where we're at. Let's see.
Well, Madam Chair, my
A
motion
motion?
and second, and I guess you can call the question on that and deal with it one way or the other.
So the motion is the alternative resolution on page 5.
But there was no time limit on the motion.
I don't know if that's what the motion says. That's what I thought we better check.
Well,
This is a new motion.
with these conditions, that was my motion, to the north George Mason Street right-of-way.
Actually, you didn't do the one in the packet, Mr. Smith, because the one in the packet, the alternative, is 7.5 feet, which I think the board is all not willing to do.
I got a second for 6 feet all the way across with, starting at the, the front lot line. But I heard discussion that may not make that motion successful regardless, but And I guess I would have, you know, I was trying to accommodate the applicant to some degree, but, you know, I would, a 4-foot fence and then at 25 feet and then going to 7 feet. And I guess if you're going to pull the saw out.
I guess maybe we can do this then. Let's try the motion as it stands and see where we go. I think I know where it's going to go, and then we can come back if there is an alternative motion for the board to consider that at that time. So the motion would be just modifying the resolution as advertised to move the full fence to 6 feet in its current location on the premises known as 2307 North George Mason Drive, with those conditions and no further conditions. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. I don't think anybody abstained, so that was 1-4 against that proposal. If there is anyone willing to make another motion, the chair would entertain that. Mr. Smith?
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals grant a use permit allowing a fence that is 4 feet from the north, 4 feet tall from the North George Mason Street right-of-way, that proceeds for 25 feet and then goes to 7 feet for the remainder of the side yard.
So in that case, you're just denying the use permit in general?
Well, it's 7.5 feet
We're
right now.
Yeah, so you're saying where you would grant 6 feet at the front, Mr. Smith, or 4 foot? Oh, well then, okay.
4
then-
feet's what's permitted.
Right.
Then there's no need to do a motion on that.
Well, I guess I would grant him 6 inches off the back because
But-
7 feet is the limit, right?
Oh, you would grant him 7, you would grant him 7.5. Oh. Okay,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
So it's
Yeah,
actually,
I'd grant him the 7, he'd only have to take off the first 25 feet. I'd give him 7.5 on the last,
that was my question. Thank you.
on the remainder of the fence.
With no time limit.
Then that portion would require the variance then,
Does that require a variance?
and a half.
The 7.5.
Yeah,
7 wouldn't.
right. 7 is in the ordinance.
It wouldn't require any, well, he would, yeah,
So what you were proposing is just what he would have to do under the code.
yeah, I guess,
We've already settled that issue.
I guess we've settled that.
So, yeah, the only issue would be is if anyone was ready or willing to make a motion to make it the 6-foot fence
Well,
all the way across with the
Been there,
time
done
limit.
that.
No, that's not what we decided.
that was my motion.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I didn't have a time limit on it. So you're saying with a time limit, think there'll be a different outcome?
With time and moving, yeah, because you'd move the front 25 feet into compliance at a certain point. But, you know, I don't know. I struggle because at this point, Mr. Lockhart still loses more than if we were to grant that, because he has to cut off an extra foot from the back of the property if we grant that use permit. And I'm not sure if that's in your interest.
No, it's not.
So,
I would like it 10 feet in the back, but I can't have it.
so I mean, I think at this point, I'm not sure that the board is capable, unless anyone is ready to put forward another motion, of coming to consensus on any other option. So having failed on this resolution, I would entertain another resolution, which would be, I guess, to support the staff's recommendation, right? And deny the use permit? Because we denied an alternative motion. We haven't denied the actual use permit. So the chair would entertain a motion to act on the proposed motion of the zoning administrator to deny the use permit. Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying use permit V-10825-13-UP1.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All,
And I would say I'd have to vote against, I have to vote to support the motion to deny because the variance had not been, in the absence of a variance, really can't grant a use permit.
Any further comment? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's 5-0, Mr. Noxon. I'm sorry, Mr. Lockhart. Okay, all these things.
Okay, our next case tonight, excuse me, it's V-10871-14-UP-1. And this is a use permit request by Daniel and Brenda Van Ness to permit a setback of 18.1 feet from the North Edison Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new front stairway. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 2317 North Edison Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, or Daniel or Brenda Van Ness present? They're not. Is there an agent? And have you put in a speaker slip? Can you do that for me, please? Well, why don't you come forward and you can turn that in when you complete, and if you'll give me your name and information for the record.
Stephen Johnson Construction Company.
Yeah, I'm Steve Johnson. I'm the agent for the Van Nesses. Given that last week's meeting was postponed, they had a scheduled vacation this week, so.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on their behalf.
Sure.
Is there anything you would like to say on their behalf? Are you the builder, or?
I am. As you can see in the picture, the existing stoop was there when they purchased the property in the 80s. It is not in compliance as well.
Right.
The reason for this is to fix that stoop. It's unsafe at this point. It's got cracks in it and it's pulling away from the house. If this use permit wasn't approved, their only real course of action is to come off the side of the stoop, which affects some of the foliage around, and also there's a lead walk, an existing lead walk leading directly up to the steps.
Yeah, and did you pick up a packet, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
So you saw that the county is recommending
I did.
support of this, and also that this is similar to the other properties in the neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay. Anything further? Any questions, Mr. Johnson? Thank you. That's all we need.
Chair?
Mr. Smith?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving the use permit V-10871-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Smith and seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
It's been granted. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Next case is V-10873-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Marcus and Carolyn Ward to permit a setback of 19.9 feet to the eave and 20 feet to the wall of the enclosed porch from the South Glebe Road right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and also 18.4 feet to the eave and 18.8 feet to the wall of the enclosed porch from the 14th Street South right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for a reconstructed right side enclosed porch. This is in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 1402 South Glebe Road.
Okay, and the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, are either Marcus or Carolyn Ward present? And are you,
I'm Marcus Ward.
okay, Mr. Ward? And is with you is Craig Lovelace?
Craig Lewis, yes.
And you are just are you the builder or?
I'm an architect.
Drawings, produce the drawings.
Great. Why don't you go forward and tell us about your project?
Well, the porch was there when we bought the house, and over time it's had some water damage around the windows, and this outside facing wall here is in a deflection state where debris has started to fall behind the siding. So my wife and I would like to take this opportunity to correct that and make the porch more presentable and correct all the deficiencies therein.
Okay. Looks like you have some nice drawings here. Any questions?
Trying to also get some clarity on page 4, item number 3 there. The applicant agrees that the porch shall not be built over. Not really understanding that.
No second story. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, all right.
That's ensure that if you do decide to build a second story over it, you would have to come back to the board again.
No, we won't be doing that.
Really wouldn't fit your house, would it?
Unless they were doing a full renovation of the
Yeah, exactly, of
upstairs.
everything, right, exactly.
And I did have one other question as it relates to the drawings. We were looking to put stone veneer in the infields between the pillars. Does that constitute a change to the foundation?
I'm sorry, what?
Does that constitute a change to the foundation based on the paragraph on the bottom of the first page? Where,
No changes to the foundation.
no changes to the foundation?
Yeah, it shows you have stone veneer on the drawings here.
Right.
So I'm
That's what we
seeing
would like to do when we put the porch back, is do the infills with stone veneer.
Yeah.
Not changing the columns that are currently there. Putting the stone veneer in between them.
As long as it doesn't have an impact on what your setbacks are you're asking for, as long as it doesn't protrude further into that setback than what we're granting.
Okay.
You
very
can't
good.
get big boulders that'll come out another, 5 feet or something, because that would be a problem.
Won't be doing that.
No further questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the board, let me get the language, excuse me, that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10873-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions of the report.
Second. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Mr. Hassel. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? Good luck.
Very much.
Thank you.
Enjoy your new porch.
Okay, next case is V-10874-14-UP-1. This is also a use permit request by Duncan Lyons to permit a setback of 14.2 feet to the steps, 16.5 feet to the eave, and 18 feet to the porch base from the North Madison Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new covered front porch with steps. It's in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2408 North Madison Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff on this?
Just for the record, this house is being substantially added to with the second floor, but that's by right.
Correct.
The front porch is what we're being asked to grant a use permit for.
Exactly.
Okay, no further questions? Is Duncan Lyons present? Mr. Lyons?
Good evening.
Anything you care to add?
I guess I wanted to mention a couple of things really quickly. Firstly, as I understand it, the required setback for a open porch is greater than it is for enclosed space. And so as part of my renovation of the property, I plan on unenclosing the porch. The glass windows and aluminum siding that you see are not original to the house, and so it's my intention to remove those and in renovating the porch, return it to being an open porch. So I'm bringing it closer to compliance with the zoning ordinance. The other thing is that when I was obtaining my building permit for the work, the building department had a concern that the guardrail for the front steps is not code compliant. But in order for me to rebuild those steps, I need to get the use permit. So I have my building permit right now, but they made a note that when I rebuild the steps, that I will rebuild them with a code compliant railing. I also just wanted to mention that I did go around the block, and there are 14 houses on this block. 12 of them have front porches that are all within the setback. And I actually just canvassed my neighbors, and all 14 of them signed a petition supporting the reconstruction of the front porch. And I showed them the drawings that I'm and the design that I'm proposing. So I have the support of the neighbors on the block for the reconstruction of the porch.
Well, and more evidence than we had in our report. We only had 3 that were listed as within the setback. So please, if you can share that with us, we'd be happy to take those letters of support for the record.
It's a petition, so I'm going to give it.
Even better. If you want to just give it to Mr. Russell, we'll look at it and be able to pass it down. Or Mr. Hogan. Okay. Nothing further?
Motion?
I entertain a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10874-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
And moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? Okay. Carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Duncan, and thank you, Mr. Knoxon. You can actually, yeah.
All right, the next case is V-10875-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Amy Newman to permit a setback of 14.6 feet to the deck, 18 feet to the eave, and 18.6 feet to the wall of the screened porch, and also 22 feet to the eave and 22.6 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition, all from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. And this is for a new one-story rear addition with a rear screen porch and a rear deck with steps. This is in the R10 zoning district on the premises known as 4608 37th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, is Amy Newman present? Newman, anything further you want to share with us?
Just that the main reason for this is to expand the existing kitchen. This is 1930s. This house was built in about 1930 or 35, and it's got the very small kitchen that some of those old Arlington houses had, an 8 by 8 foot kitchen. And so I really like to add to that kitchen, just to make the house more usable and workable. The neighbors, I've talked to all the neighbors around me, including the neighbors, directly behind me, and they're fine with this. I got them to sign a letter, saying that they would support this. So,
Any questions? I just have one question. I've been trying to figure out, so if it's a one-story addition, how does it attach to the existing roof?
attached to the existing roof. Are you talking about the existing roof? There's a off to the left in this picture. Can you see these? Oh yeah, you can see these pictures. Off to the left in this, yeah. Are you talking about there?
Okay, so it'll be extending across where the deck
Yeah.
is. I just kept getting confused on the drawings because it looked like you were only going to put one story, and I was seeing above it being the second story roof, so I didn't see how that fit. So this picture helps a lot.
Okay.
I kept thinking there's got to be something I'm missing because otherwise that roof just not going to join.
Works so well, yeah.
Okay. With that question answered, I have no further questions. Does anyone else on the board? Not, I entertain a motion.
Motion?
Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10875-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Ms. Craven seconds, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good luck and enjoy your new kitchen.
Thank you. How do I find out about the conditions? It says-
They're in the report.
You have a packet down here.
Oh,
You didn't pick up a packet.
875 is yours.
Page 4 is the conditions.
If there's anybody else that has come in late and has not picked up a packet on your case, please feel free to come up front and pick one up so you know what we're talking about when we discuss the conditions.
Okay, the next case tonight is V-10876-14-UP-1. It's a use permit request by Chris and Nick Sopanis, and this is to permit a setback of 0.9 feet to the eave and 1.2 feet to the wall of a new 1 1/2 story detached garage from the rear property line instead of 10 feet as required. It's for a new 1 1/2 story detached garage. This is in the R6 zoning district, premises known as 2601 18th Street North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. And an alternative resolution has been provided should we wish to grant the use permit as it was advertised. And again, this is important that you've looked at the proposal because the alternative conditions on that use permit recommendation are located in the packet. Any questions of staff?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Russell.
I'm sure I read this, but I always like to just ask you. They're proposing to build this back in the spot that the existing garage sits.
Correct.
That garage would be a different garage, but sit there.
It's very similar. I think the existing one is, let me see if I have it here.
18.2 by 10 feet.
I don't think we had a scaled plat for it, so we didn't have an exact number of feet from where it was.
The same footprint.
Exactly.
Couple
Close to a foot. Mhm.
That's good enough for me, thank you.
So I'd just like to clarify, what they're requesting is 0.9 feet, which is our alternative resolution. And what you're proposing is a 1 foot setback to the eave, being inches difference, correct? I know, I always hate 0.9 when you've got 12 inches. It's not decimal enough.
Engineers versus architects.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess, Mr. Knoxon, your reasoning for the difference?
Thank you.
On an interior lot, we would require you be 1 foot, regardless of if it's a wall or an eave. So 1 foot no matter what. And so that was our reasoning for that.
Gotcha.
And they do have enough room where if they did push it over 2 inches, they'll still have, I think 10 feet to the house. So they'll meet the 8-foot setback from the house as well. So.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay, and then Nicholas Diaponis?
I'm Jay Shalati. I put in a speaker slip.
Yep. So you're their representative?
Yes, I'm a
Okay.
contractor working on the project.
Contractor, okay. You want to tell us about the difference?
Yeah, we could go straight to that. Essentially, we are holding the new garage structure further off the property line than the existing one. Currently, if you look at it, the back corner of the existing garage, at least the overhang of it's over the property line.
I was going to say, is it currently,
Given the age of the houses, that's not unusual. So we pulled it off, the main structure we pulled off more than a foot. It actually comes off 15 inches. And the 4-inch overhang on that side is actually more a reaction to trying to get an eve line on it and be in compliance with 1-hour fire rating, which is all building construction related. So I understand where they're coming from with 1 inch, but it literally, I have a 15-inch setback and a 4-inch eve, and you can only do 1/10 of a foot on there, so that's why it's 0.9. So it's actually 1 inch.
you can't do a 3-foot eve?
No, I could do a 3-inch eve, but we're
Chief, I mean, yeah.
trying to get a couple little brackets on it. Yeah, I'd move the whole structure 1 inch instead of making it 3-inch eve. But we are actually in the drawings that are given there, the difference is 1 inch. So it's 11 inches from the edge of the eave to the property line as we have proposed to do it.
And the 1-inch movement would not be good, or you couldn't do it?
They're left with a little patio area.
But an inch
You know,
isn't going to...
if I were to say I wanted to squeeze every inch, I didn't think an inch seemed greedy. We actually had intentionally pulled the structure more than a foot off, the wall of the structure more than a foot off on purpose. Now, additionally, we're flipping the gable, so there's not going to be a gutter running along that line. So it's going to stay exactly 4 inches. Currently, that's where the gutter line runs over, and it's significantly over. I know it's not questions at this moment, but they do have, I've got 9 letters of support from neighbors. Most importantly, within that set of letters is the neighbor directly to their left. And
I think we'll be happy not to have the eve over on their property anymore,
well, they
right?
kind of share the property anyhow. The driveway, the neighbor's driveway is slightly over the property line. It's Line Village. I'll turn things in.
When I first looked at the drawings, I thought it was one of the shared driveways and shared garages based on how the plat line looked.
It almost appears so.
Questions?
The left neighbor does actually have a garage structure. It's just further back on their property.
Ms. Craven has a question.
So this garage is not going to be used as a garage. It's being used as an office. Is that correct?
Well, there's a garage. They have an office on the second story portion of it, but it is actually a garage.
And it's wide enough, even with that fence right there?
That fence actually has to come out because we're going wider than, yes.
I was wondering about that. Okay. So I'm concerned about the powder room and wet bar upstairs because condition number 3 is that the garage shall not be used or converted to a living space dwelling unit and may not be furnished with any cooking appliances.
Yeah,
when you've got a wet
speak to that
bar,
one.
the next thing is a cooking appliance.
But we have, actually, there was a little confusion when we were pulling the permit on this. We were actually, originally, we were granted the permit from zoning, but they found out that was erroneous, so they pulled it back. So we've already put in the building permit on this. And part of that process, zoning has already approved that sink through their sink approval
That's
process.
fine. It's just that when I see the words wet bar, and then I start thinking, okay, what's the next thing? And just to make sure that the owners know that this is not, no cooking appliances.
Absolutely not intended to be as a secondary residence. Coffee maker.
Coffee maker.
Cooking appliance?
I'm sorry?
A Kruig is a cooking appliance.
I don't know. Is any kind of coffee maker a cooking appliance?
Ms. Tozart, would a Kruig be a cooking appliance? A coffee
Put
maker?
it this way, my
A Kruig, a coffee maker, would that be a cooking appliance?
I wouldn't consider it.
You wouldn't think so?
yeah.
Microwave, range, hot plate,
Exactly.
pot.
Coffee pot's just a hot plate.
Right. It's a drink. It's not. As opposed to a dry drink. All right.
If you have
I-
a wet bar allowed, you can have a cold drink with ice. Why not
Have a hot drink. Right.
I guess the issue I had is, I think one of the reasons the zoning was saying the 1 foot is because of the higher level in this building, but,
Well, generally, we like, generally, the 1 foot, we require 1 foot, the ordinance requires 1 foot to the wall. In practice, we have required 1 foot to the eave because of, if you get 1 foot to the wall and then you put an eave on and then you have a gutter or runoff, it goes into the neighbor's property.
which is what it does now.
What it does now, we're actually flipping that 90 degrees. So the runoff is not going towards the neighbor. We're flipping the direction on it. It was exactly what I was pointing out that I understand what the typical 1 foot is for, but in this case, the shaper roof will not have a gutter on it.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell?
I have a question of the applicant's representative. Since it's only 2 inches, explain to me why, it's just throwing it out there, why you didn't get up and say, I agree with the staff's recommendation, please approve it for us, and it's been done 10 minutes ago.
If well, I look at it, it's 1 inch, but that inch is to the side where they use it as their patio. So when you're stuck with only 10 foot, if 10 foot 1 is better than 10 foot. But 10 foot isn't going to ruin or 10 foot relative to 10 foot 1 isn't going to ruin a project. When I look at it, I think it's reasonable as presented, especially given the case that there's not a planned gutter line along that left side.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, I'm ready to, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Ready to entertain a motion if someone's ready to present one.
Sure, I'll make a motion. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V10876-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution, this being the 1 foot setback to the eave.
Second. So it's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution as proposed by the by the staff. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the alternative to what the applicant was asking has been approved, and you've been granted your use permit with 1 foot.
Okay. Next case is V-10877-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Paul Bledsoe and Celia Boddington to permit a setback of 4.3 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall of an attached storage shed from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required. Also a setback of 11 foot to the deck from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. And this is to maintain an existing left side attached storage shed and a rear deck built without permits in their current locations. These are in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 3205 Second Road North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, is are Paul Bledsoe or Celia Boddington present?
I'm Paul Bledsoe. My wife, Celia Boddington, had to be out of town due to the cancellation or postponement of the last hearing.
Okay. As I say, do you have someone with you? But
Yes, that's
have they filled out a speaker slip?
yeah, just turned it in. Glenn McCullough.
Thank you. So with you is Glenn McCullough, and is he your agent?
Yes, he's
And you want to stand with him in case we have any questions for either of you? I'm not sure that we will. What would you like to say, Mr.?
just that the structures were built when we bought the house, before we bought the house, and we were unaware they were out of compliance. Mm-hmm. And we just want to make sure we're in compliance as we're contemplating adding to an existing front porch.
I'll add that the front porch that they're contemplating is a by right porch, so this is just for the existing conditions.
And I guess my question was, where are you going to move the or the playhouse to?
We're going to move it forward. The snow stopped us from getting it completed, but it'll move forward so that it's a foot off the back property line. It is already more than a foot off the side property line.
Okay, great. Any other questions, Mr. Bledsoe or Mr. McCullough?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question about the conditions, just for a little clarification, because the conditions say that the structure and additions shall be constructed in accordance with the footprint. And then number 4, well, 1, 2, 4. 4 says the applicant shall obtain a building permit to construct the structures. I take it that we don't really have to get a building permit to build the structures that are already there, right? I'm a little confused.
You would have to bring them in compliance with the codes.
So they have to, I don't know if they'll come and do an inspection, but because it's an addition to the structure, you have to get a building permit so that it's fully legal.
Can that building permit be integrated into any future work that they're doing?
Yeah, if you're
one building permit?
If you're doing another part of the by right, you can just put that into the building permit.
All one thing, yep.
And now the fact that you've got the use permit will allow them to approve the building permit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a missing number 3? Or is this
Oh,
one
I
really
think it was just a number 4, exactly. It should just be number 3.
So when we move on the resolution, we'll change that to 3 conditions so that you know that there's not an extra one hitting it.
That was where we usually have a wall check condition, except they're already built and we have a survey showing exactly where they are, so.
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10877-14-UP-1, subject to the 3 conditions listed in the resolution.
And amending specifically then number 4 to number 3. Moved and seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, the next case is V-10878-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Scott and Christy Akers to permit a setback of 5.2 feet to the porch eave, 5.6 feet to the porch base, and 8.1 feet to the second-story cantilevered addition, all from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and 18.5 feet to the porch eave and 18.6 feet to the porch base from the North Kentucky Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. Then also an aggregate side yard of 13.2 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This for a new covered front porch and a second-story cantilevered addition. It's in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 2108 North Kentucky Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, are Scott and/or Christy Akers present? Good evening.
Good evening. My wife and I appreciate the staff making a recommendation to adapt our resolution for our use permit. It was in consideration of the odd shape of our lot, which made it difficult to build straight lines that would conform because the non-parallel lines intersect. So we appreciate the considerations given and hope that you take the staff recommendation to approve.
Yeah, the cul-de-sacs and the pie-shaped are always difficult to build.
Couldn't quite get something that worked just right, but we worked to get something that was in keeping with the neighborhood, and we spoke with Joe and Nadine, who live on the area that would be encroached upon, and got a letter of support from them as well, which is included in your packets.
I thought the cantilever roof was a great idea as a way to get the space, but without really creating a huge difference to the look of the house.
Thank you, and that's also due in part to the fact that the front line of our house isn't straight either. The left side's further out than so we want to keep the upstairs symmetric.
Any further questions? All right, Mr. Smith?
I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10878-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, for your second. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Any abstentions? It passes 5-0. Enjoy your new home.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next case is V-10879-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Michael Lack and Michelle Pendley to permit a setback at 3.8 feet to the porch eave and 4 feet to the porch base. Also 3.8 feet to a new second-story addition from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required. This is for a new covered front porch with steps and also a new second-story addition above the new porch. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 129 North Fillmore Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, are Michael Lack or Michelle Pendley present? Okay. Would you like to share with us this evening?
I'd like to thank Mr. Noxon for answering so many questions and helping us through this process. Our home is old and wonderful and charming, but lacks a lot of the functional space that we're looking for. So in looking to expand the space, we put together a proposal that we think is modest and minimizes the impact on our neighbors. We were glad to have the support of our neighbors on both sides as well as across the street from us.
Any questions?
What kind of materials are you going to use in the exterior for the addition?
We thought about that a lot. The exterior on the home, it currently is permastone, and we love it, but as a material, it presents some challenges. Sourcing challenges, and it is a matter of taste. So we are doing a stucco that is coordinates with the garage, which is right behind our house, and is keeping with the style of the neighborhood.
So then you get the stucco challenges instead.
I think that someday in the future, we're probably going to have to stucco over the entire house.
That's the point, so.
So a head start on that. Any other questions? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10879-14-UP1, subject to conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman and Ms. Craven. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? None? So your permit's been granted
Thank you very much.
for your new home.
And this is case number V-10880-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Berger Fredrickson and Mary Lou Uy to permit a setback of 4.9 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required. And also 20 feet to the eave and 20.9 feet to the wall from the North Jackson Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new one-story front addition. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 605 North Jackson Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff?
No, I'd just like to make a comment that there aren't 10 signatures, there's 5 signatures. They seem to be duplicated. Because I was looking at addresses and I went, wait. So they really people twice. But they're like in a different order, so it's really, you have to kind of go through it to see. But that's just a...
No questions. Are Berger Friedrichsen or Mary Lou Uy? You are.
I'm the agent, Bruce Deutsch with
Did you-
Concepts and Contours.
Did you fill out a speaker slip?
If I needed to, I'm the agent.
Yes, you need to.
Okay, should I do that?
Yes, if you could.
Yeah. And this is Berger Fredrickson, so he can begin and I'll
Yeah.
fill out the form.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's right next to you. Mr. Fredrickson, do you want to speak to us about what you're proposing, or do you want your agent to speak on your behalf?
Well, maybe I just say a few words and then you can speak. So but this is to add about 100 square feet to our kitchen and dining room. This is a house that probably from the 1930s that we bought in 1992, and we added various things and renovated the rest of the house. And now we would like to do the same to the kitchen and the dining room. And because of the structure of the house, it is, unless doing a major restructuring inside, the only way we could possibly extend would be to move towards the front. So what we are seeking is the permission to do that. Thank you.
May I speak?
Yes.
I just want to add that Mary Lou and Berger and I spent some time on trying to figure out a way to add this 100 square feet without coming out the front, but as you can see on the plat, it's a non-conforming structure. We only had 5 feet on the left side and 7.4 on the right side. And in coming up with a plan, we decided to project just the left side of the house, projecting the gable forward to accommodate that 100 square feet. It might be also interesting to note that North Jackson Street is one of those streets where the setbacks, the front yard setbacks meander. We've got some that are 5 feet to the sidewalk, we've got some that are 25, and this house, the original house, was actually set at 25. So in order to go anywhere, we had to go front, which unfortunately requires this request. But the new style of the home is very much in keeping with the rest of Ashton Heights, and it follows some of the meandering of those front setbacks all along 5th and 6th and 7th Street. sections of North Jackson. So it won't project any further than I didn't count how many of the homes, but the significant number do project further than we're requesting.
So in terms of this view, can you explain exactly where the addition will be?
Very front.
On the left where the red brick is?
On the left. That bay actually was constructed at the time it was called a variance because of the street right-of-way. So we're asking to remove a formerly non-conforming structure for another non-conforming structure, basically. Now that we've done away with the street right-of-way setbacks, this is now in compliance, but now we're asking to remove it.
And that's where you'll be building?
Correct, just that left side. And the peak is at 18 feet, which is fairly modest.
And how does that fit with the existing window above it?
Well, there will still be a window in the elevation, I think it shows.
Yeah, I couldn't see, I wasn't understanding that in the drawings, that's why.
Front elevation? There will be another window forward. In other words, that left gable just projects exactly the way it is out. So it has no further impact than the current.
Okay.
It's at 18 feet, which is fairly low, actually, and it's only a one-story.
It's just that it's going to come out a little bit further.
Exactly. And not a whole lot further than that bay that's there, because that bay is coming off.
But in terms of the roof part, it'll come out a little
Exactly the same. It's just like it projects straight out. And then we're going to do some other minor modifications to the facade to bring it back to more of a Tudor style, which was the original style of the home.
Oh.
This actually was our first project in I don't want to date myself, but about 25 years ago. This was my first project in Arlington. And maybe my last, I don't know. He's very difficult.
I actually bought the house from him.
Actually, I used to live in it.
Wow.
So it's got some history.
So this is one of those labors of love.
The first one definitely was. It was one of those, had no money, bought something nobody else wanted. And back then in the 80s, my neighbors thought I was crazy when I just redid the kitchen, that I was putting money into a house in Arlington, which was very strange. And this is what really kicked off my company, this project. So it's a long time ago.
Any further questions? Seeing none, to entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10880-14-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Ms. Craven.
I'll let Ms. Craven as a second. Moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Craven. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, the next request tonight is V-10881-14-VA-1. This is a variance request by Michael Golden to permit a fence that exceeds the 7-foot height limit along the left side property line. It's to maintain a fence that exceeds the height limit and was constructed without a permit in the left side yard. It's in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 624 20th Street South.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the variance, and an alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA wish to grant the variance. So we'll begin with any questions to the staff.
I have a question of staff. I assume it's called a fence because there's no other term, because this is really more of a screen.
Truly, it's similar to a trellis because of what the use is, but it's also in the fence line and also used as a barrier.
As a barrier, okay.
I had one question. Was this part of the fence permit? Did they describe this as part of when they put in their fence permit?
No.
I was wondering about that.
The fence permit in the back, it's actually attached. The one of the last pages. It's showing a 7-foot-high fence. Talks about where it's located, and there's also a plat that shows where it was located. You can kind of see the green tent on the left side.
And the trellis is in that green tent line, right?
Correct. It's right on the property line.
Oh, here's, okay.
The building permit, the fence
I
permit.
was looking for the fence permit, and I can't find it.
I have a question.
Freshman.
If they had built the fence and then put that trellis within the yard, would that be all right?
Are you saying if they moved it off the
I'm just
fence
wondering
line, or-
if they actually built it for the purposes of having greenery and some sort of a barrier to protect the window, visual barrier.
It would have to meet the setbacks, which would be 8 feet on that side.
So the answer is no.
Or,
It would be a,
or if it were only 7 feet tall, it could be considered as part of the fence at 7 feet, which is permitted.
Okay.
but it would be a structure because it would have to be grounded in something if they placed it anywhere in the yard. Isn't that correct, Mr. Noxon?
Well, even if it's attached to the house or detached, I mean, it would be a structure. So either way, it would have to meet setbacks.
Okay.
Well, let me ask, if it were two pieces of bamboo 10 feet tall with a nice sisal rope strung between them at 3-foot intervals,
Green beans?
Dead or alive?
freshly harvested bamboo from Northern Virginia, would that constitute a structure that would require, set 3 feet, let's say it was set, 4 feet from the house, 3 feet from the sideline line, would it require?
It could still meet the definition of a structure, I suppose.
It's going to, and vines, of course, we're going to grow.
I think it is still a structure.
That would be a structure.
It could be considered a structure.
Tomato plant holders that were tall could be a structure.
If they meet the definition of being attached to the ground, it could be.
Madam Chairman, I appreciate this is some of what's fun for us, but it's not before us, and the staff has not had any opportunity to research it. A structure of this height would have to meet, could be within the buildable area, and it could be a whole lot of different kinds of structures, is sort of what I heard. So 8 from one side, 10 from the other, 25 feet back, 25 from the backyard.
And I guess I was just trying to get the definition that it would be a structure no matter what. And I do believe it would because it requires grounding in the, to
And some of those other items Mr. Smith was talking about may be temporary, so it'd be a different story too. You just have them up during the spring through the fall, and that's it.
Well, any further questions of staff? If not, is Michael Golden present?
12. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a handout that I just wanted to provide you.
Give it to Mr. Russell. One copy?
Sorry?
You provided one copy?
No, he provided a handful.
Sorry.
Or one for each of us? Okay. You want to talk to us about this, Mr. Golden?
Yes. Thank you for the board for listening to me this evening. The privacy and shade options between 620 and 624 20th Street South are severely limited due to the nature of the setback on my home, which is on the right, being between 4 and 5 feet, and the house on the left is, the wall to the home is just off the page of the photo that we see, so you can kind of see the basement grills there for the windows. And when I purchased this home, or my home, that home was not there, and it's about 6,000 some square feet, so it's pretty substantial. And there's the driveway, and then there's the house on the left-hand side of the driveway, so there's no greenery or shrubbery or trees or anything on their property as well. When we when we put the fence in, I discussed with the neighbor options for trying to shade both of our properties and provide property. As you can see, I have substantial amount of windows on my home, and they also have windows on theirs that directly oppose my home. And we thought that, well, maybe an unfence or lack of fence and providing greenery would be a really good solution because of the limited space, both of our properties, and planting bushes would encroach on their driveway and my property, decreasing my egress, as well as potentially it's very difficult to get a bush that's only a few inches wide and that can grow pretty tall. Unfortunately, as I state, an unfence is apparently still a fence if it's in a fence line, and no violation was intended or occurred or desired in this case. I mentioned some of the improvement benefits in my application and here, and that also have, I believe, 9 signatures from the neighbors, specifically and most importantly from the neighbor on the abutting property that this fence is, or this trellis is on. I do, if the board determines that a use permit variance cannot be submitted, I would like to offer or entertain the opportunity to request a alternative of lowering it to 8 feet, which, because of the way it's constructed, it's in sections, and you can get to see the top section is 4 feet.
So the horizontal bar is 8 feet, the first horizontal bar there?
Correct. There's actually 3.
Oh, sorry.
And although it looks flimsy, it is like 1/4 inch steel, powder coated steel, and it's very strong. So it'd still be difficult to deconstruct, but I would just ask that the board keep that alternative in mind. Questions of me?
Questions? You were here when we talked to Mr. Lockhart in our first case. And so hearing the discussion of the difficulties of finding the hardship that would be required in a fence to grant a variance. Do you have anything you want to talk about with regard to why there would be hardship? I mean, you spoke a little bit about the closeness of the properties, but that doesn't really present anything different from all the properties in the neighborhood.
Except that mine is, normally they're not that close. And again, when I purchased the property there was an empty lot next door, which I think showed in the first aerial picture. So that home was built about 2010, at which time the wall of windows it was looking out at nothing is now looking at a wall of siding. So that the hardship is on basically both the properties, both myself and the abutting neighbors, that it would reduce our privacy and reduce our ability to put shade on that side of the yard, which is the southeast and southwest portions of the home, of both homes. So the goal was to shade my house and shade their driveway. So I don't know if that constitutes a hardship, but all alternatives are difficult for foliage on that side of the home. And I don't know if it included in the package that you were provided, the photos that I provided of what it looks like when it's complete. So that's what we envision.
I think that's in the use permit packet. It's
Yes.
So the system comes in 4 feet high pieces. You really don't have an option of using this material and making it 7 feet. Is that correct? It looks like...
Correct. It would have to be re-engineered and purchased to get a smaller section.
But you could have ordered a 7-foot. Did you?
Oh.
I mean, can you order this in a 7-foot height if you were ordering it from? Is this pre-made or is this made to order, or how did you receive this?
It's made to order.
So potentially you could have made it to order for 7 feet.
Correct.
If you had known.
again, we were thinking of it as a fence, so we were thinking it would be green and not a fence. So, and that's why I would never, I mean, I submitted a permit for the fence around the entire property. I would never have not.
But if you're substituting something out of that, normally whenever you submit a request for a permit, you submit what you're going to build with that permit, and you didn't submit this to the building people, is that correct?
Correct, because we did it after the fence, we just left that section not built.
And you didn't think about the fact that you had a permit to build to 7 feet and think about building this to 7 feet or ordering it to 7 feet?
To be, I mean, perfectly honest, both myself and the neighbor were not thinking of it as a fence.
Okay.
And this is new technology, and I can see why you wouldn't have.
New.
Yeah.
And then the question is, if I put a 20-foot high hedge, does that offense? I mean, it kind of, the questions that you raised in your initial discussions, I can see that that's a difficult question or issue, because this is something that's relatively new. Mostly in commercial, uses commercial screens on commercial properties.
Yeah, this is so annoying that we have to do this as a variance, because as a use permit, it makes it a lot easier. I would certainly support an 8-foot tall fence if it was a use permit, but it just doesn't meet the requirements for a variance.
Well, that's the next case.
Well, no, we can't, because we're in the same situation. If we can't give variance, we can't do the use permit.
I know. So I originally just requested a use permit.
Right, but because of the height restriction, and that's why I asked if you were here during Mr. Lockhart's case, because we did have a long discussion about all of those issues with the staff, and as the board, under the conditions, the height is something that requires the variance. So for that part, if we can't grant the variance, then we can't, even in the use permit, give you the height, and that's the same issue that would exist in this case.
May I ask a question? Was there any information regarding the nature of the complaint, since none of the neighborhood?
That's what I was looking for.
Sign,
Well, I mean, I would think anybody walking through the neighborhood would notice if there's a fence line there, something that the county would easily see as a fence that's so high. And so I think, and sometimes that just happens, the zoning people go through the neighborhood and see things. And although this was not something you envisioned as a fence, I think clearly it's part of the fence line.
No problem. I mean, the reason I asked originally when this came up, it was to do the inspection for the fence. So if that was the complaint, that makes perfect sense. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would be how it came to the county's attention.
Understood.
I really like this idea, and it seems to me that Department of Environmental Services or Urban Forestry Committee, that there's some place in the county that might want to be taking a look at this and seeing if it should have some different rules than a fence and what the ramifications are. It's not our job to do that, but it just seems to me that this is, it does take care of some of the root problems that one has if you try to plant big bushes or trees. And we see that all the time in houses that are close to the street or sidewalks that are right on trees, and then the roots mess up everything. And it's kind of interesting. It's just that we can't really deal with it here.
Actually, I'm part of the Urban Agricultural Task Force for the county. They're looking into these types of things, and a lot of the zoning requirements are some of the barriers to doing things like this or having rooftop structures for growing things. So, I mean, it's something we're looking into. I couldn't tell you if it'll ever make it in front of the county board, but
there is a task force.
Certainly is.
Does it have any report date? Anything that, I mean, could this be put off until there's some recommendations?
The problem with that is, I mean, it could take years for that to happen. I mean,
yeah.
And that's if,
Go talk to that task force.
But I don't think that will resolve your basic problem here, which is that we don't have the authority to grant the variance, at least I don't hear anything from my colleagues indicating that we would, and in light of our earlier discussion, I believe that's probably going to be our conclusion. Additionally, I just put out for the record, from my perspective, the fact is, although you didn't perceive this to be a fence, I think that if you were putting something in the fence line where you'd ask the county for permission, it might have been in your interest to ask them if they perceived it to be a fence, and then you would have at least known that 7 foot was the limit, and you would have saved yourself a lot of problems.
Yes.
Because I do feel bad, given the nature of this structure, and as you say, the difficulty that will be entailed in terms of deconstructing it. Unlike the first case where they just can take a saw to the fence, there's nothing that you can do structurally here, aside from turning into pieces, if they would take them back, the 2 4-foot sections, and requesting a 3-foot section to make that a 7-foot barrier between, because the idea is valuable. The problem is the height.
Let me ask another question.
Mhm.
If I am directed to lower it to 7 feet, do I need to get another permit?
I would think that as long as it's 7 feet across, you already have a permit in the building with your fence building permit that should cover that, because they didn't ask you to put into their building permit the construction materials that you were using. In some PUDs or other development plans, those are required as part of the fence building permit process, but that was not looked that it was in your fence. So as long as it's a fence and it's 7 foot, I don't.
Material description.
It does say materials, yeah.
Yeah, it shows 7 feet all the way across that property line, so.
Well, and it says plan material description, cedar, 6x6 posts, cedar pickets, 3 entry gates.
I was going to say, I thought I had to put that in when I did a fence. So, I mean, that's where you should have had the clue that there was a problem if you changed the materials.
But regardless, would he have to request to get a new fence permit for this material because it doesn't match the exact description?
If he did a fence, just did 7 feet. Okay. If he just extended the fence based on this permit, he's just finishing out this permit.
Regardless of the
but he changes the materials.
Well, it doesn't say, it says planned description.
Briefly describe the scope of the work and placement of wall or fence, including materials.
Cedar, plan material, cedar, 6x6 posts, cedar pickets. I would accept an amendment or a revision to this fence permit. If he wanted to cut that down to 7 and just say he wants to add the metal portion, I would accept a revision to this already approved fence permit.
Yeah, so the issue is we wouldn't have to pay for a new permit or do something differently. You could just go in and amend it so that if anybody else came back and said, well, wait a minute, this was supposed to be cedar and it's not cedar, you'd be covered because the permit would show that you had gotten permission to put the trellis material.
I mean, it's not a site plan.
Yeah, it's not a site plan or a
Regulating the materials,
Right.
really.
So he could just revise it.
Good. Yeah. This is where you're lucky in your neighborhood that it's not a planned development or something where it's limited to certain kinds of materials. You'd have the freedom to do that. Okay. Are we ready for a motion?
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'm sad to do this, but we have to. There's no way around it. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying variance fee 10881-14-VA-1.
Moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And the resolution carries denying the variance. Next case.
The next case is also the associated use permit request with this. This is V-10881-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Michael Golden to permit a setback of 0 feet from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required. It's to maintain a feet that exceeds the height limit in the left side yard. This is in the R5 zoning district, premises known as 624 20th Street South.
And as with the earlier case, Mr. Noxon, without the accompanying variance, we have no authority to grant a height over 7 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So do we deny this or withdraw it, or what?
We
can't withdraw it, so it has to be...
You can
We just
deny it
deny
or
it.
withdraw it either way.
Okay, I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit V-10881-14-UP-.
Thank you, Ms. Craven. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, seconding. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We do hope you pursue 7-foot. Sounds, I mean, I think the idea is a good one. And maybe you can find some vine or branch that would go tall enough over that 7-foot. I think there's like apple trees or things that are run against the fences. That
And
might
what's
go.
the task force called again that's working on this?
Urban Agricultural Task Force.
Urban Agricultural Task Force.
Most notable for the chicken. They've spent a lot of time on that, the Urban Agricultural Task Force. But they are also looking at, I think, questions where we've had coming before us people who want to put a little higher heights on garages so that they can put in greenhouses that are also prefabricated. And we don't have the ability because of the half-wall limitation. So those are some of the issues that they're looking at to make Arlington more flexible for these kinds of creative solutions that are more environmentally friendly. So thank you.
All right, the next case tonight is V-10882-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Jonathan Gibbons and Emily Shapiro to permit a setback of 16 feet to the wall of the existing home and the new basement areaway, and also 20.6 feet to the new landing and steps from the 2nd Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. It's for the construction of a new basement addition below the existing home footprint, and also a new left side basement areaway and a new rear landing with steps. This is in the R6 zoning district on a premises known as 133 North Fillmore Street.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I think we have John Hensley
Yes.
representing the Gibbons and Shapiro.
They were unable to attend tonight.
Yes, thank you. I know that the weather transfer kind of messed up some people, so I appreciate your attendance. Anything you'd like to share with us?
No, I'm just here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. My colleagues have any questions for Mr. Hensley? I always admire someone willing to dig out. Those are harder. It always seems to me to be very difficult kinds of building to do. But
It is.
But in Arlington, trying to get any space, I guess, is sometimes that's what you're resorting to.
Mm-hmm.
One of the drawings says that the adjacent street is 22nd Street North instead of 2nd.
Have been corrected.
Which one are you looking at?
Gosh, I don't see a number on it.
It was probably, I think I know which one it is. I think there was an architectural site plan in here somewhere. The survey originally was shown as 22nd Street, and we had to have them corrected.
Really?
Okay, I see it, yeah. It's the the architectural site plan that they drew. Looks like they just followed what was on the old plat. But the plat you want to look at is the page before that. That one
right,
has
it's in
that one
yellow,
has
it's
the
kind of
correct
hard to
the
read.
correct street name.
Yeah. I'm ready for a motion. Okay. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10882-14-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Craven. Second? Thank you, Ms. Freshman, for your second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution approving the use permit. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hensley.
Thank you.
Okay. The next case is V-10884-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by Patrick and Patricia Bogenberger to permit a setback of 4.8 feet to a new one-story rear addition and porch from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required. Also an aggregate side yard of 12.8 feet instead of 18 feet is required. It's for a new one-story rear addition and also a new rear porch with steps. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 807 24th Street South.
The recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. Any questions of staff? Okay, if seeing none, are Patrick and/or Patricia Bogenberger present?
Evening. This is primarily to expand and upgrade a kitchen, a small old kitchen, by enclosing the back porch and then building a new back porch. Small.
Any questions? Any questions about the conditions in the resolution?
The conditions are fine.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10884-14-UP1, subject to conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman and Ms. Craven. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Enjoy your new kitchen.
The next case is V-10885-14-UP-1, and this is a use permit request by Darian Kathleen Smith to permit a setback of 14 feet to the eave and 15 feet to the wall of a new one-story addition from the North Patrick Henry Drive right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and also 15 feet to the steps, 14.9 feet to the porch, 15 feet to the eave of a one-story addition, and 16 feet to the wall of a one-story addition from the 10th Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is all for a new one-story front and right side addition, a right side porch with steps, and a right side basement areaway. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 990 North Patrick Henry Drive.
Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Are Derry and/or Kathleen Smith present?
Yes. Russell, our architect.
I was going to say, have you filled out a speaker slip?
What was that?
Did you fill out a speaker slip?
We don't have any questions.
No, but if you're not Mr. Smith or Ms. Derry or Kathleen Smith, you are whom?
He's the architect.
And his name?
Russell Ramirez.
I'm sorry, Russell?
Ramirez.
Mr. Ramirez, if you fill out the speaker slip for me, please, and you're Derry Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Want to tell us a little bit about the project while Mr. Ramirez is filling out the slip?
You want me to tell you about the project?
Or if you have anything you want to say to us, you've heard the recommendation.
I'm satisfied with the recommendations. I can tell you what it's all about if you're interested. I'm not that familiar with the process, but I've read the response of the staff, and it seems to be agreeable. We don't really have any questions with it.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Smith or architect or your builder?
He's an architect.
Okay. We don't have any questions of you. We won't need a speaker slip, so let me see.
So what you're doing is kind of wrapping the house, right? You're kind of wrapping the house on each end.
Yeah, we're putting a bedroom on the right and a kitchen on the left, and we're widening the living room to accommodate one-floor living as we get older.
All those corner lots that are, you know, like the house is facing a weird place. Not much you can do.
Quick question. Is your proper name Derek?
So my legal name is Derry, D-E-R-R-Y, but I've used the name Derek since I was 7.
Huh.
Okay.
And so there are even legal documents under Derek, because when I got my driver's license, for instance, in New Jersey, I just told them the name I wanted to use. I didn't have to show them anything. Times have changed.
When we were all younger, we could do that, yes.
A friend of the governor's, eh?
But, yeah.
I was waiting for that.
Okay, any questions?
Madam Chair?
I think it will be very interesting to see how it turns out.
Motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit B-10885-14-UP1, subject to conditions listed in the resolution.
Been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your new home.
And it's funny, the way that house was situated, it just, like a diamond.
A couple of the other corner lots have done the same thing too, made kind of wings off to the side. It's interesting. Okay, the next case tonight, this is V-10886-14-VA-1. This is a variance request by Vamsi Baku to permit a main building footprint of 2,972 square feet instead of 2,380 square feet as permitted. This is for a new 2-story rear addition attached to an existing non-conforming 1-story garage and also a covered front porch with steps. It's in the R5 zoning district on a premises known as 643 21st Street South.
Any questions of staff?
Yes. Is this one of these weird cases where if it was zoned at a higher zoning than R5, it wouldn't be an issue? I mean, we don't have, I noticed that between the R8 and the R10, the coverage would fit, but we don't have an R9 district, do we? So,
That's correct. As the zoning category goes up into, you know, R6, R8, R10, R20, the footprint cap gets larger because typically those are on larger lots too.
right.
And
And
this is a lot, this lot's about almost twice the size of the normal
exactly.
lot size for
Right.
R5?
Right.
1.5?
Large lot, for sure.
Yeah, so it's kind of, I wouldn't say it's 100% unique, but it's not very often that R5 is so much bigger than this. As a matter of fact, almost twice the size.
1.5, you said?
Well, R5 is 5,000, so it's almost,
It's twice.
Almost twice, yeah.
right. So, I don't know if hardship is the right word, but yet it's unique and you're being penalized for something because of the, I mean, it's the way this charts were set up that just kind of, these properties are penalized.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes, Ms. Russell.
Do you happen to know what, and maybe it's here and I'm missing it, what the coverage is, just straight up the percent?
I think it was,
Not required, but what it would be with this?
Sure, I can tell you here.
The main building footprint would be 33%, which is under the 37 required or permitted. The total lot coverage is coming out to 40.4%, which is less than 48% is required. So they're pretty good on the actual coverage percentages.
And
It's just
also,
that footprint cap.
prior to amendments to the ordinance, and I know we can't go back in time, it could have been 56% on a 9,000 square foot lot.
Right.
So in this instance, the hardship is the lot's too big.
Exactly.
For this particular requirement, main building footprint cap, which was set up in this chart with years and years of work on it to cover a 5,000 square foot, 50-foot wide, 100-foot deep R5 lot.
Well, the issue is also that it doesn't matter what the lot size is. You have a footprint cap, whether you have a 3,000 square foot lot or 20,000 square foot lot.
Right.
So.
This is one of those almost unintended consequences that when we went through years and years of all these numbers and trying to fit things into what was already in Arlington, that there were just going to be some weird things, and this cap is that. And yet it's the law. Plus, which is a corner lot. Add insult to injury.
But even with the corner lot, actually, let's bring the applicants up. Vamsi Bashu. And I think coming up with them is Bea Dase. And you indicate you're the, I'm confused. Bea indicates on the speaker slip that they're the owner?
Yes. It's my wife.
Okay, so it's Vamsi Bashu and Bea Dase are the owners, co-owners. Okay. And you have an agent as well?
Yes.
That would be Sean Nazamian? Okay, just want to make sure we have that for the record. Okay, let's see. Do we have questions for the applicants? I guess my first question is, what other alternatives have you looked at that could give you the space you need that wouldn't necessarily deal with, wouldn't be as large and therefore triggering the lot coverage issues that we're talking about today? Maybe that's for Mr. Nazamian to discuss if he has looked at other options or.
I think initially we did consider a third story or high increased floors, but we were trying to maintain the current levels of the house and keep the character of the existing home, which is the two-story brick, and we're planning to remove the extension that was put on, I think, 20 years ago, the siding, and put a matching brick extension. So we didn't want anything completely out of character with the existing structure.
Do we have another picture, Mr. Hogan, of the property? Just. Okay, so the garage is.
So what they want to do is connect kind of the garage with the main house in that area we'd see right there.
And you'd end up with no yard? Is that going to be the case?
Actually, the intent is quite the opposite. It was to maximize the yard towards the street. We installed all the lower fence that you see there in the front. Just recently removed a higher fence. We wanted to keep the extension away from the street and away from the neighbors in order to minimize or maximize our interaction with the neighborhood and the neighbors in general. So if we built in the middle of the yard, it would bisect the yard into two smaller pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd have a larger, more open yard facing the neighborhood.
But you'll also end up with a house that basically runs from the front of the house to and through the garage. Very long, narrow house. Well, not narrow, but very long house.
Yes, and that's the characteristic of most of the houses getting built in Addison Heights. Is because of these narrow lots, everything that's been built, especially right now, there are 4 or 5 large builders are building over there. Everything is very narrow and long homes that's getting built in there, and there's going to be very much in characteristic with everything that's developing in Addison Heights. But the main thing is the hard suffering that they have is the corner lot, this oversized lot. And they're trying to stay away from that busy corner. As you see, there's a lot of traffic, there's a lot of cars, and they have youngsters and animals also in the house that they want to keep away from that corner and have the yard on the side.
And
also.
I understand that, but I guess maybe you can address the question I had about alternatives in terms of putting space on the house that wouldn't trigger the issues of coverage. Is there any way to have done that? I guess move it forward and then add a story.
We have looked at that at, number one, the cost and hardship to destroy the existing garage from 1920s or so that is there and it's out of character, is too close to the yard. 1.9 to the backyard and 22.9 to the street, Grant Street. It's already in place. To get that totally demolished and create another garage to be in conformance, they're going to limit and overkill this square footage that they're going to gain in the first level of this house. And so we look at alternatives of that, and that wasn't possible. The main reason that they're also getting this is they have a couple youngsters, they have elderly parents that take care of their kids, and they need access, direct access from the garage into the house because of the wheelchairs and all of that they're going to be also taken care of in there. So it's just all acting addition in the garage to be connected that way too.
Is there a door already on the side of the garage there?
Yes, it is.
When I looked at this property, I had a hard time envisioning how this would look when I look at the footprint that's in our packet. The proposed addition, which is 2 stories, is considerably larger than the entire existing house. And if you just permit me to finish. And the addition runs behind the garage, which means from Grant Street, it's going to look like one continuous, very, very long structure. And my other concern is that for the backyard of the neighbor, this is going to be really imposing. It's closer, the addition's closer than the existing house to the property line, and it really presents a very, very long, straight facade, maybe broken up by windows or other things. But it's very unusual to have a house in Arlington that has a fairly deep backyard where the house next door to you has a 2-story overlooking your entire yard. So I find it very unappealing. As much as I understand the need for space and accommodations and accessibility, et cetera, I find it very unappealing.
Ms. Freshman, can I ask you a question? Are you thinking of the red brick house behind this one or the other house in the lot next door, which actually makes me go, wait, they've already pretty much done the same thing, they just didn't connect them? I mean, I'm surprised at the lot, the other corner lot right next door, the tan one, sort of gives you a sense of that very long house.
No, I'm talking about this lot.
The red brick.
Yes, the lot that doesn't have an addition on the back of it, but is going to have an entire 2-story building going all the way almost to the behind the very back of their property line.
No, but that's where the setback and the grass is going to continue to be.
Well, it's a setback. It probably is a minimal setback, but in any case, it's a 2-story building overlooking a backyard.
Maybe I could address some of your concerns. So we actually spoke to all 3 of the neighbors that you see that surround our house, as well as across the street, Grant Side and 21st. Happily, I can say that we have good relationships with them. We had extensive conversations. We showed them the plans, and especially the ones behind, to the red brick house. And they were fine with them. Our plans, if maybe you want to go to the side views of the house, you'll see we've done a lot of trees and bushes, hollies, trees that grow tall. And what we haven't planted yet and what our plans were is that once we can build something that is according to plans, that we would then just line it with green. So we're not, imposing on them, but we're adding green, we're adding foliage to enhance the neighborhood.
Can I ask you about the house behind the red brick house, kind of going to Ms. Freshman's concern? Is that house adjoined and going all the way back, or do you know?
640 20th.
I'm sorry. You mean two houses up?
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't go all the way back. There's a garage all the way there, but there's some I don't know what to call it. There's some low-level structures, but I'm not sure what it is. It's not part of the house, but it doesn't go all the way back.
And the garage is not attached there?
No, it's not. But they've done some work, but it's not attached.
They actually have a fairly high patio that if we're in our backyard, we can see them when they're entertaining. So I do understand what you're saying as far as, kind of being in somebody else's yard or personal space.
There was some symmetry we were trying to get with the house to the left behind us. And I guess the trade-off was, do we impose ourselves on the street or do we impose ourselves into the brick house behind us? That was sort of the trade-off that we thought was the best compromise for just maintaining the aesthetics of the house and keeping the yard somewhat whole, facing the street corner.
Also considering being a corner lot, the backyard is not a back setback, is a side setback, and it's really backing up to their garage side. So feet being away from that, I don't think it's a bad thing. The screening of the new taller trees.
I guess for me, I was thinking, why didn't you just put it off the back of the house without adjoining to the garage?
The thought behind that is, it actually involves my parents. They're getting older, and my mom has recently started using a wheelchair, and when we bought the house, we didn't buy it as a starter house. We really love the neighborhood. We like our neighbors, and we kind of want to stay there forever, as long as we possibly can. And so these plans are trying to take into account the next 30, 40, 50 years, how it's going to affect our families, what kind of care we'll have to extend to our loved ones. And so, we're trying to think of, okay, when it's snowing and raining and you have somebody in a wheelchair and you have kids and one thing and another and groceries, and it's just what is really, what makes life a little bit easier. And so what we finally did come to, because we do see that we notice that a lot of garages are detached, but that the easiest fix, again, without trying to destroy a perfectly good garage, would just be to simply connect it to our house so that we'd have a room and a space for my mother to go and stay with more ease than, kind of building ramps and...
If I could amplify that, the current garage has some interior walls. You actually can't open the doors and take someone out with a wheelchair. We either have to take her through the front or take her from the driveway to the gate and down 2 steps from the garage and then up 4 steps into the house. So the plan was to connect it so it would be all one level and we could just go straight. And Sean's company was planning to remove the walls interior of the garage so we can open the door to the van, take out the wheelchair, and go straight into the house. That was the calculus there.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell?
how big's your family that's going to live in the house?
It's my wife's family for the most part. It's her 2 parents who live in Texas right now.
So you two, them, and you have some children, or?
Well, we have one right now. I would say there's more coming. Yeah, my parents stay with us months at a time. His parents, right now they're young and healthy, but again, at least as far as our culture is, when parents get to a certain age, they come and stay with you. So what we're trying to do, and what you'll see in the plans, is to have, a guest room that's sizable enough for, parents, without them having to feel like guests.
Exactly. Thank you.
And we also actually come from fairly large families. Like his dad is one of 8, my mom is one of 7. We have relatives along the coast. We do a lot of family celebrations together, and so it's just a way to, again, for us, the long term is to have a hospitable house that can hold all of our family.
Thank you.
I think our bottom line is, though, that we have to determine about a hardship, and that if we didn't approve this, that there'd be an unreasonable restriction on the utilization of the property, and there are other options. So we're not prohibiting use of the property.
I have a question for the staff, or if the main building footprint cap of 2380, that's, let's see, 24, 30, about 600 feet, 600 square feet of the footprint would need to be taken off. That's 6 by 10, that's, we try to get a sense of, if we were to deny it, how much of this plan would have to go away, or if we would approve it, how much bigger are we really approving than is already there? Now, for one thing, if 600 square feet of footprint was removed from part of the two-story section of the house, it would involve 1,200 square feet of the total building area. Or, I don't know what a reduction in the size of the existing garage would contribute. And so, thank you. Actually, if I may, since the garage is only one story, and granted it's two, and I'd love to have a 7-car garage, but that's not a problem. I guess if I was looking to build this house, I might decide to go to a 1-car garage in order to achieve keeping as much of the best part of the house and the best part of the new house as I could. But that's, of course, if we were to deny this variance, that would be for you all to decide how to address it and how to proceed.
Mr. Noxon, do you happen to know the lot coverage on the lot next door? I mean, I guess I'm struck in terms of one of the issues being, unique from the rest of the character, and with that lot next door looking like it covers as much as what they're proposing.
I can tell you one thing, because their garage is detached, they're getting that bonus for having a detached garage, as you see in the chart. And also, they have a front porch that is larger than 60 square feet. The front porch proposed here, I think, is just about 51 square feet. So you don't get a lot coverage bonus for that either on your footprint cap. So they were able to do it by right, whereas we're here with a variance.
Well, but there could be another issue. That could have been done before the lot coverage standards were changed, which hasn't been that many years ago.
Yeah.
Or it could have been 56%
Yeah.
of the lot covered.
I think they were probably able to do that by right. They're just looking at it from all the ones we see on these corner lots in these neighborhoods. I mean, you can jam in quite a bit onto these 50-foot wide lots without going over coverage, as long as you have that front porch and detached garage.
Did you consider a front porch bonus, and how much would that help you?
I think we did the front porch coverage and we added that, we've taken that, but we don't have the detached garage, and that's one of the main thing for them to have the attached garage and not to destroy the old structure and try to reuse that structure as far as cost and hardship for them.
And is that a 3-car or a 2-car garage?
It's really a 2-door garage.
You can't fit 3 cars in
You
there.
can't fit
3 doors on it.
Yes, 3 doors on them,
Yeah.
3 narrow doors on them.
But Mr. Hogan, you want to go back to the picture of the garage? One more. Right, I thought, there.
There it is.
So that's part of the issue, is that the garage is larger than a lot of the ones they're talking, that already exist as well.
There's, I guess what you can't see in here is the first 2 bays. That's an open space, and there's actually a brick wall that goes, so the 3rd bay it's not connected. So if you were to walk in, it's not like you're seeing 3 parking spots, you're just seeing 2. And, I mean, the 3rd one's not used.
I mean, I guess part of the reason I asked about the garage is, for me, in terms of the hardship, I think the hardship exists because you have an existing garage that you don't want to take down because of its structure. But the problem is, the existing garage is also larger than a lot of the garages that would be in existence because it is technically a three-car garage. So to the extent that you took out one of the bays, you would then be able to have a detached garage, which would allow you potentially to build the house as large as you're talking about. So I struggle in terms of whether we do have enough evidence to support the hardship that exists, because although I understand the desire and the need to have the attached garage, it makes a lot of sense. We're running into the conflict between it, once you attach it, you do have to make it a smaller house, and the problem is if you can't really attach what your build out to the garage only and not attach it to the main house, and then you're looking at a lot coverage issue. Unless you were to go to a one-story, which obviously also doesn't address some of the issues you have for space. But a one-story would resolve a lot of the, I don't know, would a one-story house change the lot coverage or no?
No.
Yeah, so it doesn't change the lot coverage because it's a footprint issue. So once you've got the footprint, you can go up or down, it doesn't matter.
But the main hardship is that it's a corner lot and everything else is, because it's R5, it's 9,000 square feet, everything else is 5,000 square feet. And we're getting punished for that and losing all that, lot coverage that we can have because of that. And it's an odd shape, and that's.
But the thing about using a corner lot as the reason for this, there's a lot of corner lots that are much more oddly shaped. This really isn't. This is a rectangle. Corner lots sometimes make it impossible to go out any direction. You can actually use the space between the garage and the existing house without being so close to the lot line. And again, if you didn't have the garage attached, that would make a difference. So there's other things you can do. It's not as though this is your only option. And that's why it's going to be really hard to say this is a hardship.
My sense is it's not the, it is more the size of the lot than it is the fact that it's a corner lot. That would be a hardship. That is that you've got a 9,000 square foot lot in a 5,000 square foot generally place. But the problem I have is really until you get to an R10, which is, then it's a substandard lot for R10, you're not going to reach the lot coverage
exactly
that you're requesting. That you are doing so much of a lot coverage in this request that it's difficult to align even your hardship, which is the 9,000 square foot lot, with what the county zoning ordinance is trying to achieve in terms of lot coverage. Because we have no 9,000 square foot lot, but there isn't, you're still asking for more, I guess what I'm saying, than what the zoning ordinance supports.
But what you're suggesting is if the conversion is that they make the garage a two-door garage and still a third bay, would that resolve it?
Well, to detach it is what I'm saying, is then you would have the space between it in order to get your lot coverage potentially, to get it under. Now, I think, Mr. Noxon, we've talked before, a breezeway or something that attaches it that way still makes it attached, isn't that correct?
Correct.
So
The breezeway has 3 inches between it, but it's not attached.
right. I mean, and we've looked at those kinds of things in the past in terms of having a covered walkway versus a breezeway, that could still allow you to obtain kind of what you want in terms of leaving the garage with some covered area to get into the house, but leaving the space in between, which allows you to build the house larger. But I don't know. And I guess we get to a point where at some point, if you would still need a use permit to do any of this, and this goes more to your architect, it might be worth withdrawing the current request and doing some reconfigurations, because if you still needed a permit, you could ride that onto this cost, as opposed to having to refile if we deny it tonight, and then you come back and still need to redo the plans and get a use permit, you would have to pay again for the use permit.
My wife and I guess we can talk about it a little bit, but the initial driver for us was connecting the garage. So like, all right, how are we going to get your mother into the house without having to go down some steps? And then we said, all right, how can we connect the garage and still keep it aesthetically looking okay? Then we said, all right, let's tear down the existing structure. Let's keep it away from the street so it looks nice from the street, but also the street's very, very noisy because there's two rentals, lots of cars coming in and out. So our rationale was to push it back. So connecting the garage was our first driver to begin with. I mean, we'll have to revisit it. That's sort of what we wanted. We were never planning to do this before my wife's parents were going to move in.
Ms. Freshman?
I think the discussion has proven that there are some disturbing issues, that a hardship is difficult, but also that there may be any number of options open apart from the one that is your preference. And so I think the chair is wise to suggest perhaps a withdrawal.
To keep these options
In
open.
order to give you time to do the research and look at alternatives that might work within the constraints of the ordinances.
Withdrawal or deferral?
Is it possible to defer it to?
I think we can defer it, right, Mr. Noxon?
Right.
Yes.
Sure.
And I always get that confused. I mean withdraw for a later time, so that it's not, if you withdraw it, I think that would be like us denying it. We don't want to do that. So we would defer the matter. We could refer it for 1 to 2 months to give you some time to work with the zoning people, to work with some plans to see if there's any way to address this issue. Because as you've kind of seen, I don't think if we move forward, you would get a majority of the board to be able to support the variance option right now, which, but if there's some other way that you can come in, we might be able to in the future. So 1 month, 2 months, what do you?
They'd probably need to defer till April at this point because we've been pushed back already
Right.
an extra week. So I don't know if you'll have enough time to get something into me to advertise it for March.
Yeah, so move to April.
Okay.
So the chair would entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Russell?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer case V1088614 VA1 to the April Board of Zoning Appeals meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And Mr. Russell, can I call on you to do the next case? Or I guess, Mr. Noxon, you need to call the next case, and then we can do that as well.
The next case is their use permit. So we'll just go for a deferral of that as well. I'll call it real quick.
Madam Chairman, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals move case V1088614 UP1 to the April Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. Defer it till then.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor?
Aye.
So we'll see you back in April. Good luck.
Okay. Our next case is V-10887-14-UP-1. This is a use permit request by David Fox and Robert Margrave to permit a setback of 6.2 feet between a new 2.5-story home and a new 1-story rear detached garage instead of 8 feet as required, and also 17 feet to the porch eave and 18 feet to the porch base from the North Edgewood Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new 2.5-story single-family home with a covered front porch and steps and a new rear detached 1-story garage. This is in the R6 zoning district on the premises known as 305 North Edgewood Street.
This is so
I'm sorry.
I'm David Fox. I have some handouts.
Apparently I did.
Copies of 8 support letters. You might not have gotten all of them.
Wasn't in there, right?
I also have 5 copies of a drawing that shows the relationship of the proposed new house to one next to it, showing that the scale is similar.
Really? I'm sorry, I went 887. Before we move on, did I miss calling a speaker on the last case? Jeannie Platts, Havermans, I'm sorry, and Corwin Havermans. It was misfiled behind the next. Would you be able to come back in April after the new, Right. And I think you could tell that the board was as well. So we'll have to wait and see what the new plans are. Actually, could you come to the microphone? I just want to make sure we get your testimony before us. And I take it you're Jeannie Platts Hamerman's, right? And
Janae, it's
Janae,
close enough.
I'm sorry, Janae.
I appreciate you listening to me.
No,
appreciate
I felt bad when I realized that there was misfiled behind the next case.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. When we were first, I don't know how much of this information you want to hear from, but when we were first contacted by the neighbors, we were not given any kind of diagrams of anything. He just told us verbally what it was going to look like. So we went ahead and we were one of the 6 people who signed the agreement. We look at the list, and 2 other individuals on that list are renters. So it's very misleading that out of 6 people, 2 of them don't have a right to even be signing this document, and the other one, us, not having the full information, look as though we agree to it, and we don't. We currently live at 634 21st Street South. We live diagonal. I also have a home. My husband has lived in the neighborhood for 40 years. He can tell you as much about zoning as anybody. He's got a catalog memory of everything. But we also own 704 South 21st Street. So we were contacted in 2 cases because we were 2 homeowners in that neighborhood.
Okay.
So with that said, my big concern is that on the right side of their addition, they are 1.9 feet away from the next door neighbor, who is a renter who signed the document. I don't know where the owner is. I've never met him. But herein lies somebody who's going to be living on top of them for the sake of elderly parents, which the only set of parents I've ever seen were very capable and not elderly, so I'm assuming that's her parents. I don't know for a fact. But I'm very concerned that in South Arlington, we have very small houses, and to make all these exceptions, we have grandfathered renovations, we have new buildings, and we have old homes, and there's not enough unity. It's a hodgepodge of neighborhood, and I would just like to see that our neighborhood have a little more continuity. I don't want to look like a cookie cutter, but I'd just like a little more continuity, and this house is extremely big. I'll be the first one to tell you, I just finished building a home at 634. I followed all the zoning regulations. I did not ask for any more than what I was given. And I feel like this family has asked for a whole lot more than should be allowed. So with that said, you know, I'm just wondering, with their basement going from the entire backyard all the way out to the garage, what is their permeability? Where's the water going? I have 2 urban planters because Arlington County said, we need more room for you to take in more water. And with them covering that much square footage on their backyard, where's their water going to go? Where's their urban planters? But they're probably grandfathered. But as far as I'm concerned, you've changed your footprint so largely that there's no grandfathering. This is a new construction when it doubles the size of your house.
Well, this is the reason we're talking about the variances, and this is the reason, as you saw, that the board was not inclined to go with this proposal. We'll have to wait and see what the new proposal is.
Sure.
And, you know, if they can come up with something either by right or that is more reasonable, we'll look at it again in April. And we'd love for you to be able to come back, and especially if you continue to disagree with what the plans are, when they come by again, please make sure you ask them to see the plans before you sign any documents, so that you know.
Lesson learned.
And but we do appreciate your coming out and spending time with us this evening, and I appreciate your getting on the record in case you don't come back. As you may recall from the beginning of the calendar, I try to recall if we've had testimony when somebody can't come back again, and put that back in the record when we have the discussion in the future. So your comments have been reflected and will be taken into consideration when the board deliberates on the
I appreciate
new plans.
And I don't want to be
One
bad
question
neighbor.
of the speaker. Have you spoken with the applicants? Did you talk to them at all?
We very
Ever?
seldom see them. I mean,
You never talked to them about their project?
nothing more than when, sure.
Ramsey came by our new house and said,
He's all right.
said he was going to put an addition on his house, and was that all right with me? And I said, sure, I don't care. But to encroach on the side setback to a rental property where the owner of that property is not even here to Jack.
Yeah, if you come over, I think your son and I may.
Well, that's one of the reasons we have two houses. One house I lived in for 40 years, and it got to be too small. It shrank. We had to build another house in 634, which is across the street and 2 doors down. But
Yeah, but I would take the opportunity between now and April to potentially talk to them again and see where they're at, and definitely explain to them your concerns, because I think it is important. And your testimony, especially with regard to understanding that the neighbor next to them is a renter, we will clarify that with them when we speak next time.
to the right is a renter, the neighbor to the left is a renter, the neighbor to the southwest is a renter. So only one house across the street is not a renter.
No, 3, George, twins, and ourselves.
Two.
So.
But just in closing, from our standpoint, a house like that is going to be a real eyesore in the neighborhood. And we have enough eyesores in the neighborhood as it is without adding to it. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate your time, and thank you for coming out. Sorry to keep you so late.
I know, could you get us an excuse note? We're missing a little school tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's having fun.
All right, what is the coverage on this one?
You've got a lot to overcome. The encore.
Sad thing is I just might be able to manage it.
So before us, we have David Fox and Robert Margrave. Robert and David. And did you put in a slip?
Okay.
Greg Thomas? 2 of them were out of order. Okay, great, I've got it. Perfect. So let's start again. The recommendation in this matter is to adopt the attached resolution approving the subject use permit with conditions. So you're already starting in at least a better position in that you don't have a negative recommendation.
That's terrific.
Anything further?
Well, just to explain, as there was mention made about digging up, from under an existing structure, we're combining households that are later in life, and so we wanted to have a new structure that had, large common areas, but also places that we could, sort of be by ourselves when we needed to. And given the fact that the lot is shallow, it's a substandard R6, it's only 4,500 square feet. And currently, we're not proposing to change the footprint of the house itself at all. The house itself maintains the 25 feet setback from the front and the back and the sides. We just propose keeping the garage actually it's 1.5 feet further from the house than it was. Basically keeping the garage, the new garage at the same location as the old garage, keeping the front porch at the same setback that it previously was, because currently if we had the garage in keeping with the 8-foot setback, all we get would be room for a Mini Cooper, as our architects first gave us drawings. Said, look, you can put your Mini Cooper in here. So, drive a Prius. So, as I say, it's just basically keep what we had, and in terms of the front porch, to keep the front porch being a porch as opposed to a stoop, but otherwise keeping the footprint the same and working within the limitations of the lot.
Now, in the garage, is there something that comes off the side of that as well?
There's a storage shed, and that's further back from the property, and that's proposed to also be replicated. And of course, the garage will be fireproofed.
It was interesting on the plat, it almost looks like the garages again are adjoining. So I wasn't sure whether it was a shared driveway with.
There is a shared driveway, yes.
But small space between.
Yeah, there's a small space between them.
But in the pictures, you can see there's a space between. In the plat, it almost looks like they're joined.
Right.
questions?
Well, this is really not relevant to the permit request, but this is like so much taller than the rest of the houses around it.
Well, actually, I believe that I passed out a diagram showing that the house next door, that it's actually only going to be 3 feet taller than the house right next door to the left, that there's the shared driveway.
Well, then this representation must be crazy because it looks like it's a very tall house.
Well, I'll have our Gary Thomas speak to that.
Well, I mean,
Oh, we haven't seen that one?
Ortenberg's house is the same height as yours right now, and you're really,
Here you go, these will help. They were hoarding them down there.
Before Greg says, we really didn't think that the height was going to be an issue, but we can certainly document houses on both blocks adjoining us, that are of the same height, so proposed.
basically that block has lower houses. They have story and a half, so that's all I'm saying is that it's not really in scale with the height of the other houses. Again, that's not what we're voting on, so it's just my comment.
I want to say that we're sensitive to the fact that overall, in the several blocks around us, this is not an unusual structure.
Oh, no, I mean, if you count those new houses on Washington Boulevard, it's small compared to those, right?
Yeah, and at the rate this neighborhood is going, as you know,
Yes.
there
It'll be
might be
bumped
a
up.
whole row of houses
Yeah.
this big.
yeah, I think when I was on that block, almost every house was under construction.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Almost every house is in construction.
Almost everyone on that block was under construction when I was out there. And
Not
at
on
least,
Edgewood.
I think 5 on those 2 blocks that had use permits in the last year that have come in front of you.
Build up, to build porches and things like that.
Some of them are building up, but it's crazy.
That's by right, correct,
Yeah,
Andrew?
that's by right, unfortunately.
That's by right?
Some of them.
Okay. Any further questions?
Just briefly of staff, and I'm sorry to prolong this. So the whole reason for 8 feet between a garage and a house is for fire access, right? Fire department access.
True.
But the way this is designed, there is no access problem, really, unless we're talking about the backyard, because you can get to the garage really easily. So any safety issue doesn't seem to be there with this layout. Would you agree with that?
I mean, we're looking at 6.2 feet as opposed to 8 feet. I mean, all you need is enough room to get a man with a hose around the back. You're not bringing a vehicle back there or anything like that. So
So really,
Madam
that's
Chair?
not an issue.
I'm sorry, when you're done.
No, that's,
And that's an interesting point, because in my experience, I've never really found anything that said that it's separation for fire. In some parts of Arlington County, it was actually a yard that if you look down on a neighborhood, there would be a row of houses, and then accessory buildings would be 15 feet behind. That's what it used to be, and it was a yard. And then we started going to, well, you only have to be 15 feet apart. You don't have to have a yard all the way across. In other words, throwing them to the back. And that's why you could do garages in the backyard 1 foot of the line and the required rear setback. The other thing about proximity of buildings is the building code will allow you to put things closer together as long as you make you fire rate the walls. And so, I think that it's a good idea to have a garage separated for fire. But then, of course, half the houses in the county have cars parked within the structure you're sleeping in. So I just wanted to throw that in before it sounded like it's because it's fire, because I've never been able to find anything that says in our ordinances or the building code that says that you separate them for fire purposes.
oh. I guess I made that assumption because a neighbor wanted to do something and was told that he could not, and it was for fire purposes. So that was
It
hearsay.
may have had to do with the ratings of the walls. That's how you can build townhouses. They rate the walls. It's like It can't burn through within an hour or something like that, and then you can ram things right up against each other. And then it has to do with whether you have windows or not. As you get further apart in structures, then you're allowed to have windows. So the fire codes and the building codes and the zoning codes kind of all
Meshed
get in
together.
each other's way. Sorry to take the time.
Any further questions? If not, I'm ready for a motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-10887-14-UP1, subject to the conditions which are listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, our last three cases tonight are all right on the same block, same owner. The first one is V-10888-14-UP-2. This is a use permit request by Lynn Capusta to permit a setback of 6 feet to the chimney, 6.2 feet to the eave, and 7.4 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition, as well as the existing building from the left side property line instead of 14 feet is required. Also 9.5 feet to the balcony, 10.9 feet to the eave, 12.1 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition, as well as the existing building from the right side property line instead of 14 feet is required. And then finally, 10.5 feet to the eave and 11.5 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition and the existing building, as well as the bay window from the 21st Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required. And this is to also permit a structure that exceeds 2.5 stories in height within 25 feet of a right-of-way line. It's for a new third-story addition, a right-side balcony, and a new front bay window on an existing non-conforming two-family dwelling. This is in the R5 zoning district at the premises known as 4133 21st Road North.
Any questions of staff? I had a question about the exceeding 2.5 stories within the 25 feet. What is the height that can be built?
You can have 35 feet, but that's as long as you're 25 feet from the street.
So so the 35 feet doesn't apply here because of the closeness to
Correct.
the street.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we talked about wanting to see these houses when they were done because of the real dispute over whether this would look good. This part looks good, but I remember when these houses came for the original extensions.
All three of them did.
All three of them,
Mhm.
yeah.
You can actually see the finished product on the front of it when they just did the little teeny room over the front.
And the balconies. I think we had seen the bay window and the one in two of them when they came,
Little sunroom.
the sunroom.
There were two in one meeting, but one of them was done, I think, 2 months before.
Right, and so we could see what that was going to look like, but we hadn't seen the balconies.
These right here, the decks were actually done by right. They were able to
Wow.
get building permits for those, so they're okay with those. It's actually a side balcony we're talking about that you'll see in the drawings.
Is this the back?
Correct.
Yeah.
The little front addition on the pillars is what was done last time.
I remember when I read them, I remembered. Okay, any other questions? I guess I could have asked that. Does everybody remember these cases? I did. Okay, no further questions for the zoning staff. I think on behalf of the applicant, I don't know if the applicant is here actually, Lynn Capusta? No? So only Zaid Gerard?
How you doing?
Fine. Okay. What?
Answer your questions.
Well, you see the staff reports. You also have a lot of neighbors who are not in favor of this project. So Why don't you start by telling me why we should consider granting?
First of all, because we are going over the existing footprint of the house. The house as it is not conforming. The street itself has many different random houses. There are houses that are 3-story townhouses from the front on the same street. The house as it is it's a 2-family dwelling. The basement and the first floor serving as Unit A. It's a duplex. The second floor is Unit B, and we just wanted to keep this as a 2-family dwelling, but each being a duplex. We just thought it would add to the the appeal of the house. We're going to finish it with the same kind of siding that we have done on the sunroom. We're doing a hip roof just to minimize the height. We're not going over the height requirement, just 35 feet, which I understand you can only have that if you're 25 feet from the front. But like I said, it's an existing non-conforming unit, and that's why I think we have a good case.
And you want to make this into a third rental unit?
No, it's going to be part of Unit B, so it's going to stay as a 2-family dwelling. It's just going to become a duplex. There's no separate entrance to the third level that's added on. It's going to be interconnected with the second floor, so it will remain as a 2-family dwelling. And I'm okay with the board recommendation about having to go to the county board for use permit.
Okay.
Granted that BZA approves it.
The variance. The topography on this street, if I recall, is also, it's on a hill, is that correct?
Right. It's, yeah, if you're looking at the picture in front of you, as you go to the left of it, it goes uphill. Pretty steep as well.
So which of the units would be at the top?
That's the one before the last one that you see. So the one that you have pointed at, that's 4133. That's the first property owned by the owner. The one next to it, right next to it, is the second one owned by the owner, which is 4137, which we're also applying for. The one next to that, it's one of the other owners who are here tonight. And then the third one is the same owner, 4145. And I don't know who's the fifth one at the top.
So the fifth one at the top? So we'd be talking about the top and then the two in the bottom.
On the top is not included. So it's the one that you have marked, the one right next to it, to the left. Yes, exactly.
Your map in the packet also has them outlined too.
I knew that they had them marked. I wanted to see it with the topography so we would see how high those are going to be above other houses that that weren't part of this. Okay. Any further questions of the agent? If not, we have several speakers, so if you'll have a seat.
Sure. Thank you.
First, I'd like to call Terrence Wilson, 4140 21st Road North, Arlington, Virginia. 4140 21st Road North.
Yes, that's correct. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There are three basic issues here. I don't want to take up any more of your time than has already been taken up tonight, but parking. He's adding another story, assuming more people, assuming more cars. Parking is at a premium on the block already, as you can only park on one side. Construction going on, adding a third story to 3 houses. There's been construction going on for a couple of years straight. A lot of debris in the street on other people's property. Damage has been caused. Safety issues, there's kids on the block. Random loose nails, other kinds of debris. There's also aesthetic issues. You know, it's going to be one big, one small, one big. It's not going to look good. I don't think she has very much concern for the other tenants, the other owners, residents of the block. She has not really approached anyone of her plans. We just are notified by seeing the postings on the nailed to the electric poles. Basically, that's how we find out. So that's really all I had on this.
Well, we appreciate your coming in and letting us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anthony, and for the record, Mr. Wilson, and I think this is true for everyone, although some people only signed up for one house or another house, I assume all of the comments are equally applicable to each of them. The speakers, the way I did it in order was those who signed up for all three houses. So the next speaker is Anthony Capasso. And he's at 4141 North 21st Road.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd be the one right in between two big ones.
Yes, ma'am. Makes not only what Terrence said, but also some of the things that I'd like to add to that. First, I support progress, and I'm not interested in holding anybody back. However, there are three issues that are very profound with these additions that Ms. Kapusta is proposing. The first, of course, as Terry said, was the parking issue. I did some calculations, and based on the street, there's only parking, as you're looking down the street, there's only parking on the right-hand side, which is the side where the sidewalk is. Right now, there's room for about 8 to 10 cars along that street, along the right side of the street. There are currently 12 homes listed that are currently existing on that street. And basically, and then each one of the rental units has a room for 2 cars. So there's right now, if you do all the calculations, there's a net deficit of 6 parking spaces on the street. With what Ms. Kapusta is proposing is these 2 floors, based on her plans that are probably in the package that you're seeing, are clearly designed for rental units with each individual bathrooms. And so basically what she's proposing is anywhere from 3 to 4 individual people, roommates if you will, to be lodging in on these premises. So if you take into account that each one of these people have a car, it's going to increase the parking deficit from 6 to probably 10 to 12 people, 10 to 12 spots. So it's exacerbating significantly the parking issue. So the plans are clearly for individuals to move into this place, not family. So how do you define family? Is it a conglomeration of 4 renters, or is it 2 kids, 2 adults? Second is as Terry mentioned, the construction on the current remodels. This has been going on for at least 2 years, probably 3. I have a rental property there. I live in one of the rental units, so it's I take care. It's damaged my truck. It's damaged my renters' cars with nails. I mean, it's quite a problem. And not only that, this is with the existing construction that's been going on. Not only that, but I can see that this is more significant, and so could likely go on for another 2 to 3 years. And the dumpsters and everything else take 3 spaces. So that the deficit continues and actually is exacerbated, with the construction. And the third item is there's 4 actually. The third item makes my issues significant, or sort of unique, and that is if you look up on your screen or on your computers there, I live right in the middle. So I'd like to submit to the board these rather rough renderings of what, may I approach? Rough renderings of what the units would look like, with, basically 2, 3 stories on each side of me. It's going to block my light. It's going to screw up the aesthetics of the street. Whereas if you look up the street, you see this nice symmetry. And it's almost going to force me, because I'll be the odd man out, to have to do my own set of additions, which I don't have the finances for. It sounds maybe like I'm belly aching a little bit here, but it's still the symmetry aspects of it, the parking aspects of it, and the construction debris aspect of it are all 3 significant. And finally, this is just my feeling, but I'd like to dispute the ownership of these units. Now, unless, I haven't been here for quite a long time, and Lynn Kapusta's mother, I believe, is the owner of record. And I don't know if a quick claim deed has been signed or whatever, but Lynn, the daughter, may not even be the owner of the premises. So I don't know if that has any bearing to it, but I would like to propose that also to the board. That's all I have.
Well, we appreciate your time, and thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
I think I'll take all the speakers now in this case, and we'll just assume that they all go to all the cases. Lita Miller. She's at 4127 21st Road North.
Yes, I'm to the bottom of the hill from the house that's highlighted right there. I've owned my house at 4127 North 21st Road for 15 years. And we've watched our little street really grow into a neighborhood. Once all rental properties, we're slowly turning into a neighborhood with owner occupants, and I think they're all here. Miss Stephanie is going to come up and talk about some very similar things that Tony and Terry spoke about. But my big piece is kind of in reference to the side porch that is being discussed for, I guess it's 4133. I think in a previous conversation you were having about a side porch or a front porch and talking about the imposingness on the one zoning discussion that was deferred, that it was imposing. This is so much more imposing. This is like, 6 feet, 7 feet from the property line. My house, I think, is maybe it's another 10 feet before you get to my house, and my son's bedroom window. And typically, the people that have been rented to these homes to have a slightly different lifestyle. Not lifestyle, it's the wrong thing. Times that they're out and enjoying the outdoors. They're all young, they've just graduated college, and they party. And if that porch faces my son's window, I think that is going to be some conflict there. And I really don't want to disturb the little guy sleeping. So I'm going to let my rest of my neighbors discuss this more, but I think that you'll see that we're all kind of in the same line here of frustration with the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stephanie Ann Lipinski-Gaillard, 4122 North 21st Road. Across the street.
We submitted a document before in opposition, but we also have some baby pictures, but didn't quite scan lovely enough. And also the original of what you have of the signatures of the neighborhood with their identifying information and their phone numbers. So I guess I give this to the clerk.
Yes, please.
My name is Stephanie Lipinski-Gaillard, and I live at 4122 North 21st Road. I live off the grid there, where you see the end house there on this side of the street. I live at the house, on the first townhouse on the corner there on that end unit. The owner occupants of the homes located on 21st North and North Stafford Road, Arlington, Virginia State, that the applicant appeals a zoning determination for the above referenced properties, and I speak to all three properties, and everyone who has signed the petition speaks to all three properties, in addition to the owner occupants that are here. We oppose the appeal of the applicant, and after reviewing the staff's recommendations of Andrew Noxton, we support the staff's resolution denying the appeal, and we reject the staff's alternative resolution, which approves the appeal. The owners based their request on the following the questions that were posed in the board's own board's own document. Would the proposal promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood, because the overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures? Preserve the natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees or foliage. The staff's response stated that the proposal would somewhat promote compatibility. I support what Lita has said, that this neighborhood, I've lived there since 2001, and this neighborhood has really worked on becoming a neighborhood, which I think Arlington is famous for across the country, and they have really tried to promote that neighborhood feeling. The rest of the neighborhood consists of single-family homes and townhomes, mine, but not duplexes. The owner's response is that the other homes in the neighborhood are in compatibility with each other, and the additional conversion to a triple-story multifamily unit will create discord with the existing neighborhood. Staff recognize this discord in their comments. Also, she notes that, and the builder referenced, and I'm assuming that he's her representative at this particular session, says that they keep saying they're two-family units, but in reality, and I know Arlington has some openness to having individuals who have homes that are designated as a single-family home, to allow them to rent it, and then somehow or another in that rental unit there becomes, which is as evidenced by that house on the very end of there on the top on the far right from my view, that's a single-family home, and that gentleman has basically anywhere between 8 and 9 students and or Capitol Hill staffers in that house at any time. And these units have the capability of having multiple non-related individuals in a single family, two-family home, which is something that Arlington can address or not address at its convenience. The second one is, would the proposal adversely affect the health or safety of the persons residing in the neighborhood? Staff's response was that the proposal is not detrimental. We're in disagreement with the staff's finding. While referenced in staff's question number 3, we also think that the issue about parking is not just about physical spaces and about how many people can you possibly jam on a street. It also is the fact that 21st Road is incredibly narrow. In the pictures that we have provided the clerk, that road has one-sided parking for a reason. And it is because, based on the Arlington Parking Authority, which I called and I do not have, I have oral information, I do not have written, but I can obtain it should the board decide they want to review it. Upon advice of the Arlington Fire Department, restricted the parking to one side of the street. The parking restrictions are noted in the county's own parking plans, Exhibit A, and that is the overall plat that we provided you. The current and future increased size of Arlington County's fire department equipment, which God knows a fireman loves a big fire truck, and we have a fire department like one of the fire departments right down there past the picture that's shown up on the screen, is not going to be able to access the street if we have increased parking because, and as hard as Arlington Parking's group tries, all of those lovely little renters have this overwhelming urge to park on both sides of the street. The fact that we have no parking signs goes by, and this is reality. So there is no place else to put those particular cars, and we will have a problem with Arlington Fire Department and fire equipment. We believe that applicants' increased income from rental units does not overcome this recognized safety issue. Owners also want to go on to record before the zoning board by noting that previous construction by the applicant has resulted in unauthorized street closings by construction equipment, over parking in owners' parking pads and designated spaces. I've even had them park in my driveway, and I'm in the townhouse cul-de-sac. Unapproved disposal of debris and hazardous materials, and the use of the owner's garbage containers, for which Arlington provides them for their own personal use. Additionally, runoff from the construction materials and hazardous waste was deposited in the street water drains. This was and is clearly a violation of the restriction of hazardous materials to the Chesapeake Bay Water Conservation District. She has also performed construction prior with no permits and has been shut down by the county for construction that has not been done under permit. Additionally, the existing structures have hot tubs without protective fencing to prevent accidental drowning incidents, and as part of the kind of, I guess, greening of the neighborhood, we've got a lot of young families with small children, and that poses a significant health hazard. I think the parking thing has been expressed. What we did do was an informal analysis using the Arlington County Department of Environment Tri-Tech Engineering plat, which we say is Exhibit A, and it shows all the parking spaces currently allotted by the district under its parking plan. and basically shows, and we're not going to go through the analysis, boring, it's too late. But you can see that we did a calculation of how many people are there and how many people have cars, including the owners. One thing that we did want to note is staff says that the cars can park on other streets. Exactly where does staff think these other streets are going to come and materialize? Dominion Boulevard, maybe? Because right now, Lee Highway on that hill coming down has restricted parking on one side, has limited parking. It also has restricted parking up above where the bus, where Stone Ridge, the condos are, everything else like that. There is no place in that area that somebody doesn't already park. So I would love to know where we think we are going to find this excess space except on Dominion Boulevard. And also, one of the big issues is the fact that, we know that Arlington doesn't guarantee parking spots for everybody. You pay, you park, That's one of the lovely things about Arlington. They're equal to everybody. But without a doubt, I think Arlington's goal and objective is always to have sufficient parking so that people are not in danger of their lives. And I don't think it's reasonable to have some of these young families with mothers with children coming home from daycare because they come home at 5 and 6 o'clock. These college students and other kids, they come home around 3 or 4. They park. And then when the moms get there with the kids, I don't know about, my children are grown and married and off and everything like that.
I need to stop you because...
That's fine. I understand the time. We thank you for your attention to this matter, and if you need any more information from us, we will be more than happy to provide it to you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Philip McGeorge.
I actually have nothing to add. I just agree.
And just for the record, you are at 4124 21st Road, North Arlington?
Yes, I am. I'm almost directly pictured there.
Okay, and...
I actually just finished construction on my home. It was a rebuilt, almost brand new home, and did it in under 5 months. I had courtesy to my neighbors. So, I agree with all the construction for 2-3 years, as long as that was built.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the final speaker is Adam Kovach. And that's 2146 North Stafford Street.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I have very little to add to what's already been said. I do agree with everything that's been said by my neighbors. Two small points that haven't been mentioned. One is there are other neighbors who could not make it tonight, some who couldn't last. So I can see that you're hardly lasting as well, and so me too. 7 or 8 neighbors that I've spoken to who are opposed. I have not spoken to anyone in the neighborhood who is in favor of this, and that includes the renters on the block, the renters who live in the properties now. Not one person I've spoken to is in favor of this. The second point is, I have to say this, the owner of the property here owns not just these 3 properties, but one additional house, which is not in question, where there's already been a renovation across the street on the south side. And I can say from that she has a history of prevarication about what she's doing in these projects. That was a lovely 1-story sort of cottage with nice oak trees in the yard, grassy yard, and now we have a 3-story structure there. It's not. It was always built as a family residence. It's not. There are at least 4 separate renters there. So there's a precedent for that. Yes?
Can I see the other pictures? No.
There's no permit on this particular 4th property that I'm talking about. There, the damage is already done.
I think it's in one of the pictures. That's why I'm trying to...
This is the back side. Yes, so if you look at the...
The bottom of the hill?
No, I'm at the top of the hill. I live at the top of the hill on Stafford Street, and I look down on all this. And on the south side of the street...
There was another one, Cliff. I was going to...
If you look there, directly across the street from that house that's highlighted, yeah, that one, you have the cursor on it. That property is also Lynn Kapusta's property. That was a single-story cottage. My house is across the street from it. And
another one with these houses, because there's one where I see a cantilever, and so it's on one of the ones with multiple houses. No, it's a photo of the street. It's more of the streets. Is there another one of those? I almost stopped the speaker a moment ago to ask. Maybe, or is it in our packet? Maybe it's in the ones they just gave us. I thought it was.
It's probably in that street view that goes all the way down.
Yeah, maybe it's that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the cantilever, is it the cantilever that's across the street? Is it cantilever over the three-story?
Pardon?
The three-story, is it that one? That you just were talking about?
Well, this is at the very top of the hill.
You're pointing to the,
Yeah, that one?
Yeah, I think that's the last one on the, I really have to see. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, right there.
Okay, yeah, I think, just for the record, to clarify, based on what was saying, it's this, if we look in the packet that was provided to us,
that gentleman who just spoke from the back, that's his house.
Yeah, I have one of the houses that is.
You're at the corner?
No, Miss, can you come forward? Because if we're going to go back and forth, I'm sorry. I had just wanted clarification because it looked to me there was one three-story house on the street from the packet you guys submitted to us.
There is one three-story house on the street, I believe.
Yeah.
And is that yours? No, that is not yours?
My house is probably where that picture is being taken from. And my house is a three-story house, probably one of the only other ones on the block. And again, it is a single-family house.
And what was the height on your house, sir?
I don't know, I'd have to go look at my plans. I'm also at the bottom of the hill, so it kind of goes in line with the rest of the rooftops. It doesn't overshadow any of the houses below. The houses below me on the street are townhouses that are high, so I'm almost in level with them and then kind of in line with the other roofs of my neighbors.
Okay.
So, and it's 3 stories, it's 2 stories, it's the third story is a basement. So it's not 3 stories up.
No, so 2 stories, okay. Thank you.
What?
Say that one.
Okay. Just to clarify what I was saying, the structure that I'm talking about is directly across the street where you had the cursor on that one. When I say 3 stories, what I mean is that the owner of that house presented that to us as a single-family residence that she was simply going to renovate. And what happened is there's a separate entrance going into the basement where one tenant crawls in, doesn't have a kitchen, doesn't matter to him. There are a couple of gentlemen living upstairs and one in the middle. It's not a family. And every single one of these tenants has a car or a truck. There are 2 parking spots maybe in there where they can fit their cars. The rest park on the street. So the promise that these are family units, I don't have any confidence in that. The track record is of moving young professionals in and actually getting into squabbles with them and kicking them rapidly out and replacing them with other tenants, sort of a revolving door policy. We have a lot of moving vans coming on our street as tenants go in and out of these places, and they're all young professionals or working people with cars, so that's pretty much a given. So that was all I wanted to say.
Okay, I think that's all of our speakers. Any questions from anybody on the board? Are we ready to act? Oh, yes, yes. Well, we have to, if you want to respond back to anything that's been said.
Things. Parking seems to be like the biggest issue neighbors been complaining about. Lynn Kafusa actually made every effort to add 2 parking spots on each side of their house. If you look at each picture, all her tenants are parked in the car, in the driveways. None of her tenants park, rarely. Some people mentioned anything about dumpsters. We never placed any dumpsters on site. Things were cleaned on a daily basis. It's a construction zone. I'm not saying it's the neatest thing. Construction started renovation of these properties started in 2012, not 3 years ago. The duration of each project is actually 3 months. Occupancy. We're not even going over occupancy. A single family gives you the right to occupy up to 4 people. There are not 4 people in each apartment, and the county can come do a random check on that. One of the neighbors mentioned something about occupancy and number of family dwellings. I'm not going to keep it to that, even though some of them are not lawful. These are all young professionals. They're not college students. The neighbor who complained about the balcony on the side, actually the people living in that house who are occupying the balcony is a single mom with 2 kids, not college students. I can go forever, but I know it's getting too late. One of them mentioned something about damages to his truck. He actually ran into our materials that were on site. We will do our best effort to clean up everything on a daily basis. These are all civil. I thought here, we're going for zoning, but I'll leave this matter to you. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Any motions?
Just one point of clarification. Obviously, these are two multiple dwelling units. They're two.
They're duplexes.
They're duplexes. The third floor
It's meant to be with the Unit B, is what he said.
is going to be with
Top
one
floor.
of the with the top unit.
Yes.
Because right now they're
Right.
one on each floor.
Right.
So the top unit's going to be a two-story unit.
It's going to be a two-story, yeah. It's a two-story family, single family, and then the first floor and the basement is another unit. So it's Unit A and Unit B. So we're just making Unit B a duplex, just like Unit A.
How is the basement utilized now?
The basement is utilized. Basically, it's interconnected with Unit A. I dealt with Tom Harrison, building plan reviewer, to make sure that we provide separate access for maintenance for each of the units. Utilities, such as water heater, furnaces, and electrical panel. And that was lawfully done. All the work that we've done at these properties were permitted by Arlington County, permit fees paid on time, inspections done. You can ask everybody working on the 10th floor in Arlington County about how I do my business. Everything's been done on time. You can ask the inspectors, Dennis Long, Jim Raines, Tamika, Cook. I can go forever. And there's not a single thing that was done unlawfully. And actually, there's a joke going on 10th floor that they want to give me an office there because I always go there. And honestly, like I said, again to the parking, because it seems like a big issue, all of those are young professionals, and Ms. Capusta is doing everything in her possibility to provide parking for these so we don't actually disturb the neighbors. And that's not why we're here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion?
I think, let me just say for the record, before we move to a motion, I think it'll be in line with your motion, though. For me, one of the issues that we have to look at in terms of zoning issues are when things are out of compliance. And the parking is not the critical issue here for me. The critical issue is the height of the buildings, and that is the issue that we're here to address tonight. I think the height of the buildings and the structure of this neighborhood are not compatible. The request of the height of the buildings and the neighborhood are not compatible based on what we've seen both from the pictures and from the testimony of the neighborhood. But Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying use permit V-10888-14-UP2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Ms. Freshman and Ms. Craven. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Knoxon?
All right, I'll
Two more to do.
call off the two that are related.
Yes.
The next case is V-10889-14-UP-2. This is also a use permit request by Len Capusta to permit a setback of 5.7 feet to the eave, 6 feet to the chimney, and 6.9 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition. Any existing building from the left side property line instead of 14 feet is required, and 13.2 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition. Any existing building from the right side property line instead of 14 feet is required, and 10.2 feet to the eave and 11.2 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition, and the existing building, and also 11.5 feet to the bay window from the 21st Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required, and also to permit a structure that exceeds 2.5 stories within 25 feet of a right-of-way line for a new third-story addition and a new front bay window on an existing non-conforming two-family dwelling. It's in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 4137 21st Road North.
Any need for discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I just want to say, Mr. Zadeh Zahar, I think is you know, your business efforts are not at issue here, but they appear to be very sound from my point of view. You are obviously experienced and knowledgeable, and you follow through, and the work that you do results in you accomplish what you've set out. So these votes, my vote, it's not a reflection of your work. It's a reflection really of the, you know, I think the chair put it best, the height, and then I'll go to kind of a, you know, I think the density of the neighborhood, the width of the size of the street, because parking is an issue. The staff did comment that there was an issue with respect to that. But be that as it may, I think your efforts are to be commended for the work that you've done in Arlington, and not to be, you're not to be dissuaded by this in the least bit.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think, you know, I opened this by noting that it was exciting to see the completed work, and in fact, you did a nice job with this, because we did see those come in many years ago, so.
May I have
a
one
couple years
question?
ago.
Yeah, you mentioned something about the height requirement, but we were not exceeding the 35 feet.
But the reason you are, because you have to come to us, because you can't do 35 feet within 25 feet of a street. So you don't have 35 feet on this street. You would have 35 feet if the houses were not 25 feet next to the street.
To a single-family dwelling, correct? Because single-family dwelling are under exemption that we can build on top of existing footprint, even if...
Not this close to the street.
Single families still have that stipulation that you have to be 2.5 stories or less within 25 feet of a right-of-way. So it would be the same story.
Gotcha. All right, thanks.
Wider street, my point of view is a wider street with parking on both sides takes away the height issue.
Well, but if there was
In
a...
general.
Well, and also the houses are so close together, and then you've got the non-conforming side yard lot lines anyway. And I think that's what makes it more difficult. The taller you get, the more it's an issue when the houses are close together.
It's the fine nature of, and I think also when you have the steps there, and you would have a building where it's totally uneven, all of those factors together on this property, I think that's why we're asked to look at the properties one by one. And I think the speaker who spoke about just doing a 2.5 story on his talks about the fact that where he built his house, it's in line because of the topography with the houses that are on the street. Whereas what we're talking about with these 3 properties would not be that way and would cause distortion in the neighborhood.
Understood. All right, thank you.
So, motion, did we get one?
I don't think so.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith?
I move to deny,
Adopt
adopt the resolution denying use permit for V-10889-14-UP2, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Smith and Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, then motion carries. And our final case?
All right, the last case is also related. This is V-10890-14-UP-2. This is also a use permit request by Lynn Capusta to permit a setback of 6 feet to the chimney, 6.4 feet to the eave, and 7.6 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition and the existing building from the left side property line instead of 14 feet is required, and also 12 feet to the eave and 13.2 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition and the existing building from the right side property line instead of 14 feet is required, and then also 10.4 feet to the eave and 11.5 feet to the wall of a new third-story addition and the existing building and the bay window from the 21st Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required, and then finally to permit a structure that exceeds 2.5 stories within 25 feet of a right-of-way line. This is for the construction of a new third-story addition, a right-side balcony, and a new front bay window on an existing non-conforming 2-family dwelling. It's in the R5 zoning district on the premises known as 4145 21st Road North.
And the recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution denying the subject use permit. Motion.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying use permit V-10890-14-UP-2.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Craven, seconded by Mr. Russell. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposing? The motion carries, and that concludes our agenda of cases. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we have minutes from the board meeting of December 10th.
I wasn't here, but I do have a couple of comments. I noticed that the motion for the first two that are deferrals said that they were deferred to the December 10th meeting as opposed to deferred to the February meeting.
I think it should,
Right, this
Yeah,
was on
yeah.
December 10th, and you were deferring it to the,
I think we didn't have a date. It was just deferred from December 10th meeting.
instead of two.
We hadn't adopted a date, but it should have said February.
Did we hear them in February? Oh, yeah, we did hear them in February.
Lockhart
I think we didn't know whether he was going to do them in February, which is why we didn't put a date in.
But you did. It says to the December 10th meeting.
Your motion, it says.
I move we defer the subject variance to the December 10th,
No, but
2013
I'm saying
hearing.
that was a mistake. I think it should have been from the December 10th meeting.
It should have been to the February meeting.
Okay, so,
Date is the February meeting, yeah.
the-
And there's two of them like that. Just one down, too.
so with those two amendments,
See what they bid for.
Ms. Craven, I hear a motion to approve.
Me, I
I
wasn't
mean,
here.
sorry, Ms. Freshman, sorry.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Freshman, sorry, doing it again. Seconded by Mr. Smith. All in favor? Aye. Abstaining? Ms. Craven's abstaining. And motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Russell, seconded by Ms. Freshman.
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a flight. I got to get up and go to a flight at 6 in the morning tomorrow, so I'm up at 4. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought getting up
Stay
at
up.
6 was hard.
Have fun. Have
Yeah.
a safe trip.
You going to Colorado tomorrow?
No, I have to go through Philadelphia. I refuse to go through Chicago and Atlanta, so I figure if I can get out, I can get out of Philadelphia. So it's a 45-minute. It's actually pretty easy. So it's so weird. I go up, I have a 45-minute layover, and then from there it's a direct flight. So it's almost like getting a nonstop because you're still going East Coast to East Coast.
Chicago has problems all year round.
Yeah.
But of course I
I
didn't
flew
finish packing before the
international on the 4th of July, but I didn't get to fly, like at 9 o'clock. And when I would have seen
Oh,
the
really? That
fireworks.
would have been really
But
nice.
what I did see was I came through.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
What?
I need
I wrote on it.
Oh,
I
you want
wrote
to
on mine
clean?
too.
Okay.
That's why I was looking for,
A clean one.
yeah.
What do you want?
The,
agenda
minutes.
or the
You just
minutes?
go- If you just did that, that's fine.
Okay. That's all I did.
Yeah, the minutes.
I don't know why. I update them and I throw them away.
Yeah.
It's compulsive.
No, I had actually written some other notes on
Oh,
them.
okay. No, that was it. Those are the only notes.
I came through Chicago at the time that everybody in the Chicago area was doing their fireworks. So we were flying over Chicagoland, and there were fireworks. And you look down and they just look like asterisks in color. You know, it's really cool.
I want to see that. I mean, yeah, I get that a
It's
little
a
bit
big
from,
area like that. Every town was doing
yeah,
fireworks.
especially to the north, well, even to the south, but especially to the north. I would like to see that. I'd like to see that here because we usually go up by the, the Air Force Memorial now, and you can look out over the horizon and see on a clear night all of the jurisdictions out there in southern Maryland.
When Arlington used to do the fireworks at Barcroft Park,
Yeah.
I had the absolute best
Yeah,
from my house.
yeah.
I used to have parties.
My first
I was
year.
so brokenhearted when they
I
stopped.
know, our first year in the house was the first time, and we were so excited, because like, okay,
Oh,
and then
right
the
over the
next year
house.
they canceled.
Yeah.
They canceled.
The
Because our
porch was just perfect. It was just right there in
Yeah.
front. And our neighbors would come down and sit in the street on the hillside next to my house because that was the highest point.
I was gonna say, I used to sit on, I remember taking the Jeep, pulling the top down and sitting on 4 Mile Run and watching them. Thought that was kind of wild. You okay? Damn.
drawing I actually was going to take to my architect or take to Denver.
Oh, okay, an idea, a design element idea. All right, well, everybody have a safe trip.
Right, I couldn't figure out how you get to the bedrooms on the right-hand side. I'm gonna look at that plan again.
It looked like to me there was no connection, between the existing living room where they're taking the power room out. There's a connection, because there was no kitchen. There was no kitchen, well, they're gonna better build. They listed Lynn Capusta and the address of Mount Beach. Not Lynn Capusta, wherever, how she lives in Fairfax County or whatever.
Can't live in all the houses.
No, I thought that when you disclose ownership, don't you have to put, wouldn't you have to put Norma Kozar top of the Harris Teeter and Junkyard for a house that you owned up somewhere else, not that house, in disclosing ownership?
Yeah, but does she own them without any bank or without anybody else?
But I thought the point of the disclosure was to find that person. That's my point. That's why, it's on the second page,
So
it's
it's-
the disclosure.
They do raise a good point.
I would jump on that and appeal in court, that the original disclosure was never.
Parcel address.
Wait, what do you mean? Appeal in court what?
The name of the person who owns it, and then their address. If it's the same address as the parcel address.
Yes, but it is, can you find her, please?
Who, which one?
Oh, that's a gigantic house. All they gotta do is, if they tear the garage down, they got their house, then they have the garage.
The big house? Which one are they talking about?
Disclosure statement, it's on this, right, so there's that page.
All right, she never put the parcel.
The one with the streetcar.
No, you put the parcel address, your name,
And
your
her
address,
I see what you're
and
saying.
your
Pulling off
owner,
some
or
porches.
whatever you are.
Right, her address.
Talk to
Now,
them
he
about my
says
house.
exactly, you need,
And it's like, oh, and that's what distracted me, and then later was like we were looking at things, and like, oh, I like that, and then I think, oh, I can't deal with that right
I
now.
mean, it's kind of something to.
Which is really stupid that they did that, but. Huh?
You always said you, like.
Yeah, I know, it's like, oh, wait. Okay, these ones I can toss. This goes to Drew. I don't know what, if any of that he has or doesn't have.
There's no connection, this living room, it says remove the thing, but it doesn't have, it has a full wall. Now, it may be supposed to have a door, but if you take this and go upstairs to the two bedrooms, you have a front door and you have that, and you have a unit. Then you take this, and this is all one, and then you go, and with the second floor, which is accessed by this, which is all a bunch of
And I
stuff up
couldn't
there.
figure out how they got to the bedroom from here. You have a bedroom here. How do you get to these bedrooms on this floor? It's the hallway.
Yeah, right here.
So you gotta come to somebody's bedroom to do that. So how do
Well,
you
the
do
stair,
that?
no, the stair comes up here, Norman, but this part of the house.
Right, but
is
you
a stair.
can't, you have a bedroom here where this thing come out of this bedroom and then you come over there. But then the stairs come up here.
No, wait, there's a hall here that serves these two bedrooms, and there's a hall here that serves
Well,
these
they're
two and
gonna have
this one too.
the mother's parents over here, the other parents over there, and then another.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. But then if everybody's in a wheelchair, how do you get from all these steps?
Now, another thing that's interesting is that they need 600 square feet to build this house. This is a little over 600 square feet. It's 24 by 25 to get rid of that footprint. And all they gotta do is take
But then
that,
everybody's in the
take that
right.
down. Yeah.
Everybody's in the,
All 75 people that are gonna live
everybody is
here.
in the wheelchair who's going up and down the steps, like slide it. And they're all in the rain.
Well, I mean, it seems to be, you know, the wheelchair building plans more than this that are in?
I don't think they do.
Because that would show whether they were going to have a door there.
Right. But whoever got it is in the wheelchair, need to be living.
You don't have to live in there.
This is a nice small space for two people.
Well,
We live in it, and then where's the kitchen? They get to the kitchen, well, they can go here.
That's only 11 feet
To the
wide.
kitchen. Small space, small bathroom.
I mean, given how big the building is, I was shocked at how small that room is.
Right, the room is small.
Because the house is huge. I mean,
That
it's
bedroom
7
is small.
bedrooms. That's why I asked how many people were going to live there. She explained that very well. I mean, it's
Right,
not
I
their
mean, it's
business, really.
extended family.
But it's not.
But still, I mean,
It's successful.
It's, well, I mean,
It's a
there's no way to
60-foot long wall with only 2 small windows.
and then that poor little red house on the side of
Here's
it,
the other issue
will have
with
no
me, is
light.
what I thought is, well, why are you gonna push back when you have no space here? If you're gonna do this, build it here. Take this, fill in this space, push this, and just so if you wanna have this attached, so you have one little attachment to the garage, right, if you wanna keep your garage, take that out, and then if you can, fill in this space. And where then it makes more sense.
Either that,
Right, you know.
or cut the garage at your 600 feet and put yourself probably a 1-car or whatever in here. Maybe it's even big enough space here to get 2. Now, they've got basement under it. You'd have to engineer in order to, or to hold cars. But you could probably pour reinforced concrete
But you
floor.
might be able to take that out to the garage, into the base, the 2-car garage underneath, and then build over it.
Oh, that's true. I thought about that.
If
Dig
you're
down
gonna keep it, that's what I'm saying, and then you move it here, away from this property line anyway.
Then they'd only lose the bedroom on the ground
You know,
floor.
so we're just giving you some ideas to talk to them about. Yeah, I know.
I said, you have a 75-foot wide lot.
We can find the hardship. You know,
You got all the space in the world. I can't help it. You want to push it way back towards the back of the lot.
whose is this, Drew? This isn't ours, is it?
No.
It's like, oh, I have a gavel tonight?
It's supposed to always be.
You know, I tried to leave it, I was leaving at 5:30 to be here on time, and then I lost track of time.
Where's your office?
No, I'm at home. That's the worst part, is I'm still on my medical leave, so I had no reason not to make it. My office is only a mile further than my house, though. Next month, we'll see. Are we going back to Wednesdays next month? I mean, I don't remember people never actually respond to you.
We are kind of back and forth between Wednesdays. We have a few Thursdays. Thanks to the boardroom availability.
I thought we had.
The next 4 are Wednesdays.
Yeah, hard copy. And by the way, FYI, in case I'm never late again, and Monica wants to, for some reason, I want to start that, I did put the comments now in the front of the chair zoning book. So right in the pocket there, I printed that out.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, their zoning code books underneath their columns.
Okay.
So when we pull, so sometimes I ask for when we pull it down. So in the zoning code book, in the front pocket.
Oh, remember that. We pulled it up off my email.
Yeah.
Literally read off the iPad. That's why they gave us these things.
Those things are nice. I work for the government, we don't get that stuff. We get computers that I can't log into because, for security reasons, they don't let us. I'm the last few days I was trying to do some other work too. Because I've been on leave and I wanted to try and start getting ahead of it since I'm going back in a couple of weeks, but I was going to be gone this weekend. And I can't log on. I spent a couple hours. I finally got into the first screen, but now it's not connecting to my internet at home. It's like I can't get to the next screen to log in. And HR and the help desk people won't call me back.
I mean, these are nice. I mean, they definitely make a lot of things easier, but it's really no replacement for like an actual
Computer?
laptop because I can't need the functionality. Yeah, I can't really I can't draft a letter. I mean, I can, but it's.
Do you have Word and
And that's the other thing too.
Office on there?
We don't have Office. Pretty much all the most of the software on here is It's